running late, everybody. Just jump in right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County work session on Tuesday, August 25th, 2015. And on our agenda this afternoon, the first is an elections update from Janice Voss-Caudill.
And I'd like to welcome my staff to come up with me and introduce them. So we want to give you we're sharing information with you today, and we want to give you an election update. So my introductions are, sorry about that intermission. My introductions are, I'm Janice Voss-Caudill. I'm the Pickens County Clerk and Recorder. With me today is Bill Mast, our election manager for Pickens County, and Kelly McNicholas, who is our application specialist, who programs all the ballots and et cetera. And what we wanted to do with you today is we wanted to go over the logistics for the 2015 election. I felt it important because I solicited comment from the community and made a decision on where to have the service center based on variables we're working with. And then I thought, while we're here, it would be a good opportunity to take 10 minutes and ask Kelly and Bill just to go over self-service opportunities for our community. What do we have available to the community so they can register to vote online? Or they can understand where their ballots are at by signing up for a service that will let them know when their ballot's mailed and when it's returned to us. The last thing I wanted to do was to share with you in the community is who will be on the 2015 coordinated election. We received our IGAs today, so we can talk a little bit about that before we leave. Okay. So very casual. The logistics of this year's election, the 2015 coordinated election, which will be on November 3rd, we are going to mail a ballot to all active registered voters to the mail-in address that is indicated in your registration file. Okay? So you may have a residential address, you may have a post office address, but if you want us to mail it somewhere else, we can do that. And Kelly's going to show you how you can do that online. Take care of that. Ballots are mailed 22 to 18 days before the election, so October 12th. The other thing is that if people return their ballots, all ballots are dropped off in our office or returned by the mail to our office. And we'll be processing mailed ballots in our office as well. The third thing I want to let you know is that per statute, or following the law, we are required to have one service center open this year. Okay, it's an odd year, and we would historically have had it in this room, but we know because of space constraints, we'll be using this room to process mail ballots. And we made the determination to have the service center scheduled for Pickens County this year at the Jewish Community Center. And the reason why we determined to go with the community center was they collaborated with us, they had the dates available. But more important to me and the staff is that let's set the service center up this year and educate the community on where the Aspen Service Center is going to be. Because next year's a presidential, 2016, and what I've seen over the last 10 years is any like election has always had better turnout than the previous, which is great. And we don't know where our location's going to be, where we're physically going to be, because we're going to be remodeling this building next year. So I felt it was important to start conducting educational outreach this year that we're at the Community Service Center, Jewish Community Service Center. We're going to be there next year also. Okay. So I wanted to share that with you.
And the address, where is that located?
It's at 435 Main Street, West Main Street. So there's a bus stop there.
Have they had to get any sort of special zoning or special permit from the city to use that location?
No, it's a state county-run election, and
okay. I was just wondering about the parking availability. It probably isn't any worse than the front of this building, but
probably not any better.
Yeah, probably not any better either.
And actually, Kelly's already contacted the parking department, has been working with them, and
nice.
They're very collaborative in working with us. So we appreciate the city parking department in doing that.
There also is the 4th Street bus stop is right next to the building. So that will help a lot.
Now, next year again's presidential. We'll be mail ballots again, but we'll have 3 service centers open next year. So this year, we'll have one service center open. We will have early voting at that service center, opening on Monday, the 26th. Usual office hours, 8:30 to 4:30. Saturday, we're required to be open, 10 to 12. The Monday before election day, office hours, and then, of course, election day, 7 to 7. So just for the communities so they know. All right. So those are the logistics for this year. What I wanted to also do is ask Kelly to go over with you where pickandvotes.com is, and to reinforce that now is the time for individuals to register the vote or to update their information. We're moving fast starting next week, and it's important that people realize they can go online, look at their information, and update it conveniently online. So I'm going to have Shelley show you that.
Good afternoon. I hope you all are maybe a little familiar with our website, pickandvotes.com. We think it's going to become an even more important resource as we move offices, and people are going to have to look to this to answer their questions about elections in Picken County in the coming year. This is the homepage to it. We've announced the dates and the countdown for the election, as well as our change of polling place, so that visitors can become informed early. There's some additional, doesn't look quite formatted for the screen, but there's some additional information as you scroll down here, and all of our contact information with phone numbers and emails as well. On the 2015 tab, it's going to give important information about the dates of the election, the fact that it's a mail ballot, what the hours and processes are for early voting, and our voting locations. And I'll just scroll through this real quickly for you. These are our deadlines for a variety of processes, including our Tabor notice, when ballots will be mailed, the last day to register to vote online or through voter registration drive, etc. Some specific provisions about mail ballots specifically, when they'll be mailed, how you can cast a ballot if you prefer to vote in person. Our early voting hours and dates for this year have been updated, as well as the location to early vote. We will not be offering in-person voting here in our office. Voters can still come in and drop off their mail ballot. They can also request a replacement ballot over the counter, which is what we've done in previous years as well. And our updates for locations. So where early voting and election day voting will take place at the Jewish Community Center. The services that are offered, voters can update in person up to and on an election day, register to vote, up to and on election day, change names, affiliate with political parties, and they can drop off their ballots here. And then this is just some brief forms if voters are not able to register online for a variety of reasons. We do offer some Spanish resources here. This is our voter registration forms. If you're withdrawing your registration, if you're a uniformed or overseas voter and need to apply. Information for our election judges and recruiting election judges here, which we are always in need of.
So if you know anyone, send them our way.
Yeah. Elections become more technologically advanced every year, and so we need sort of a new cadre of judges to help implement advanced elections. And then some candidate resources as well. There's some forms, your district information, and political party contacts that have been recently updated. And these others are kind of more historical resources. So what Janice had asked for me to do is just to, we frequently tell people, please go on, you want to update your registration, please visit pickandvotes.com and click the big orange button on the home page. And this button takes you to the state of Colorado's voter registration system. And there's sort of two qualifications for using the system. It's a little bit clunky. And most voters are going to want to find their registration and make sure that it's up to date. And so they would find that under Manage My Registration here. Voters who are brand new registrants and want to register online are required to have a Colorado driver's license or ID number. For voters who don't have that, they would have to create the or complete the paper form and either fax, scan, email, drop it off into our office, and we would register them here. So to look up your registration, and I'm going to use Janice's information.
And I would encourage individuals to go online and update their information because how you can think about it is it's more efficient, it's more accurate, and it will help us in reducing the staffing we need to come in, especially next year, in doing data entry. So it helps the taxpayers save money as well. But most important, it's most accurate going online.
It's also immediate, so there's no delay with dropping off a form here. You know, we have a processing delay. By updating and checking your information online, it updates immediately. And so you can see here that this is just a view of your information that the state has on file, and that which every county draws on the statewide voter registration system for voting purposes. So it shows address, voter ID, date of registration, party affiliation, as well as the districts in which the voter is entitled to vote. Now,
Kelly, before Kelly goes on, when we program the 2015 election in the system, a line will pop up telling people when their ballot will be sent, the date the ballot's sent to the mail, and when we receive it back. So we can't see it here because we haven't programmed the election yet, but that'll pop up when people look at that in a couple weeks. Sorry, Kelly.
no problem. And so that's often the information that parties will rely on about whether or not a voter's ballot has been received by our office. Once we scan it into the election management system that's statewide, it records here and shows you that your ballot has been received in our office. Now, if you wanted to update you've moved, or you are going to be out of town and you want to have your ballot mailed to a different location, you would hit change my information. And this is where it's required to have a Colorado driver's license. So you don't need it to look at your information, but you will need to know what it is if you want to make any changes. And so this is where you have the options to designate a variety of addresses, contact information. So we have a residential address option, we have a mailing address or P.O. box option, and then we have a third option here, mail my ballot to. So again, we have a lot of people who maybe are here for the part of the year, but not during that time of year. They can designate where we want to send it to, and when we mail ballots, that's where their ballot will be received, because the post office will not forward ballots. If their ballot is rejected at their mailing address, we will receive it back as an undeliverable ballot and note their record as such, and then they will have to get in contact with us to update their information to receive a ballot for the election. And then this asks here, are you a military or overseas elector? It's a required question to move on. And then I'm just going to hit cancel unless anyone has any questions about that screen. No? Okay.
Okay, so we wanted to share with you how simple it is for anybody in the community, and please spread the word. They can go right online and register to vote, or update, more important, update their information. And they can see the districts they vote on. So there's additional information on our website as well to assist everybody, and you can direct them there, pitkinvotes.com.
And we will change this homepage when the election is live to say update your registration or track your ballot by clicking the orange link below.
Rachel?
Thank you for implementing the program and for, your diligence always on outreach in the elections. I guess what I was going to ask about a little bit is the inactive voters. How large is our inactive voter list? And maybe this could be answered at a future update on elections. How large is our inactive voters list, and how long are you on an inactive list before you're purged entirely and no longer on the system? And how do we perhaps outreach to inactive voters? I mean, I know it might be a difficult target audience, but I could see something that says, have you been inactive? Almost like a commercial, or are we able to put together a list that you can say, click here, see if your name is on the inactive list, and you need to update your information to receive your ballot this year. Just how could we reach out to them a little further?
What I'd like to do is, we invest time, we invest in assuring that we provide education outreach for our community, much more than other counties.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is I'll continue to make sure I touch base before a meeting, during, open comment, or at a work session, and just give you updates on what's going on, so I can bring this back to you.
Yeah, I just really like to have that information, kind of how many are inactive, because it seems to me as we've switched over steadily towards mail ballots, I understand the reasons why. It may have been one of the first years that we said, okay, we want you to also mail to all the inactive voters. And we got a very small percentage, but it might have been 100 or so who actually became active and voted when they received that ballot. And so I'd just like to continue the push for the enfranchisement.
The other thing we wanted to review with you is Bill's working on a project, and has been, with a ballot track system. So I wanted him to explain that service and how people can sign up and the opportunity.
All right. So Ballot Tracks is a new service that we're going to be offering starting this fall for receiving and tracking information regarding your mail ballot. It's a subscription service, so voters will have to log in via pickandvotes.com and subscribe to get these communications from us. But what it will do is those ballot status moments, when we mail that ballot, when we receive it, when it's gone from just a received state to an accepted or rejected status, we'll be able to send notifications directly to those voters so they don't have to worry about what's happening with their vote. They can worry about what else is going on in their lives and make that a little bit simpler status. Again, that's being offered this year for Pitkin County. Hopefully in the future it's going to be a little more expansive statewide. Right now there's a few other counties using this system. Denver County, Weld County, Pueblo, and Arapahoe have all offered these services previously.
So if someone mailed their ballot back to you but forgot to sign the envelope on the outside,
Yes.
you would then be able to immediately contact them, or close to immediately,
Yeah.
and let them know what the problem was.
That's a perfect example of it. Now, because of communication laws, we're not allowed to just send to everyone. They have to sign up for it. So anybody who did sign up for the service, and it's not going to be at any cost to them, we will send them those messages. They choose how they receive the message. If they'd like to receive a text message, we can do that. If they'd like to receive emails, if they'd like to receive voice messages, it'll automatically do all of that and send that information out to those subscribers. Now, particularly for the example you brought up, Rachel, when something has been rejected for a lack of a signature or a signature discrepancy, those go out in the mail. Takes quite a bit of time sometimes for it to get out to them and then back to us. Law allows for that as much as possible. We have to send them within 48 hours of the election. They have 8 days after the election to get it back to us, but getting it out as soon as possible, as close to immediate, I think is what you said, we're going to have a better opportunity to service those voters.
Great.
You had said it was at pickandvotes.com that you access that?
Yes, sir.
Or is it, this is pickandvotes.org here,
Yep.
so is it two different websites?
They're the same website. We own both domains.
Okay.
Pickandvotes.com actually goes to this page, so if you were to type that into your browser today,
Okay.
it's all going to land on the same website.
Okay.
And we market this as pickandvotes.com, so it more closely aligns with pitkincounty.com. So there's to sort of eliminate some of that confusion.
Okay.
Now, what everybody's been waiting for.
Janice, next year in the general election in 2016, there will be the 3 voter voter centers, and that will still be one at Redstone and one at the Grace Church, and then at the Jewish Community Center.
And that's why we felt, let's move forward and schedule this year the Jewish Community Center, because that's where we'll be next year. We're concerned with education outreach, and next year's a busy year. So what we can do to conduct education outreach this year to help people, individuals next year, working towards.
Okay.
So this year, 2015, November 3rd election, we have 11 entities coordinating this year, which is large. We usually have 2 to 4. So this year, who we have on the ballot is the state. There's Proposition 103. Pickens County, we have a question. The municipalities include City of Aspen and the City of Massman. We found out today town of basalt drought. Okay. School districts, CMC is coordinating. Aspen School District and Roaring Fork. Okay, and special districts include Aspen Valley Hospital, Basalt Fire, Basalt Sanitation, Carbondale Fire, and White Horse Springs Water and Sanitation.
Excuse me.
They either have candidate races on them or have issues or questions. So it's going to be a big ballot this year. Do you have any questions on that? That's it. Thanks for your time. Thanks for allowing us to share this with you, but more important, to share with the community. Appreciate it. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thanks for coming in. This was interesting, seeing the different things. I've been on there different times, but I've never pushed all the different tabs.
So who's next? You want?
I'll be back in just a second, so feel free to go ahead.
Okay. Okay, next up we have a budget supplemental request for Healthy Rivers and Streams grant request.
I guess we do, Janet. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think I could go ahead and start. Oh, no, Rachel's on.
Oh, you
so-
could start.
Go
She'll
ahead.
be right back.
Okay. All right. I'm Lisa McDonald with the County Attorney's Office and the Healthy Rivers and Streams program. Joining me today, we have Dave Nixa. Dave is our Vice Chair of the Healthy Rivers Board, along with Amy Beatty. Amy is the Executive Director of the Colorado Water Trust. You can come on up.
Yeah, Amy, you can sit right up there. That's okay. Welcome. We're glad to see you here.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
In your packet today is a budget supplemental for $35,000. It's a grant request coming from the Colorado Water Trust. They are seeking opportunities to restore stream flows to the Roaring Fork River. The River Board score sheets are also included, along with board comments if they were submitted. And also is the full request from the trust. So I think I will just turn it over to Amy to explain the request, and note that the River Board was really enthusiastic about the request in the program, and I think we have several supporters again. They joined us all in Redstone too, so I'll let Amy take it from here.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm really, really pleased to be here. This is actually our first ask of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. We waited some time to find something that we thought was really a project that would go to the heart of what the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund was formed to be doing. This is an opportunity to put some real water back in the Roaring Fork, and in particular in the dewatered reach between the Salvation Ditch and Castle Creek. So So I wanted to start actually by sharing a little bit with you all, in case you are not familiar with who the Colorado Water Trust is, with a really quick overview of who we are, when we were formed, and how we came to be working in the Roaring Fork Valley. We're an organization that was formed in 2001 by many of the state's well-known water attorneys and consultants to amplify the activities of a particular program in the state, and that's the program to restore stream flows. We have a really good and successful program to protect flow, managed by the Colorado Water Conservation Board, a state agency. But there were lots of market-based and voluntary opportunities out there that the state agency couldn't undertake because of lack of technical expertise, funding, the time it takes in order to dedicate to these kinds of projects. And so in 2001, our founding board got together and did some outreach saying, we want to try and restore flows using market-based and voluntary mechanisms. Are other folks out there going to be doing this kind of work? And people said, no, this sounds like a great idea. And so the trust was born in 2001. From 2001 to about 2008 was a proof of concept period for the trust, where we were really trying to figure out what our sweet spot looked like. And in hitting our stride in 2010, we did a strategic plan. And the strategic plan encouraged us to select some priority segments of rivers and see that are chronically water short, and then see if we could use our market-based and voluntary mechanisms to help restore flows to them. So we adopted a strategic plan in 2011 that included a subcommittee that would try and figure out 2 to 3 reaches of river around the state that were very visibly dewatered, where we might have some market-based strategies that would help us rewater those reaches. And after we narrowed a group of river reaches down to, I think it was 5 at the time, we did a bunch of outreach to local stakeholders to say, hey, we're considering deepening our relationship with the community and seeing if we can help restore flow to this dry segment of river. Is this something that would be welcome? And the Roaring Fork was on the list. And we got great support from that outreach, which included local interested citizens in water, and we also did outreach to the staffs at Pickens County and the city of Aspen, and we heard a resounding thumbs up. And so between 2011 and today, we had done a significant amount of work understanding the community, understanding the different groups and what the groups do, trying to figure out where our work would be welcome, trying to figure out where our tools fit in the equation. And then the drought hit in 2012, and the trust released a leasing program that said statewide, hey, we're available to work with you on your water rights to see if you can move your water rights back into the river. And through releasing that leasing program, we started in earnest conversations with the city about whether or not the city had water rights that could be used in the in-stream flow program to support flow in any way. And so we had long conversations with the city about its water rights portfolio, and ultimately gave them an analysis of all of the different tools that were out there that we thought we could apply to different water rights, and ended up finding a sweet spot in that conversation with one particular water right of the city and a tool that they were comfortable using. And so in 2013 and then again in 2014, we entered into something called a non-diversion agreement. This is an informal agreement where a water user decides not to use its water right for its decreed purposes, but can instead leave it in the river. There's no transfer obligations. It's a very simple and private process, and it was a private contract between the Water Trust and the city to experiment with leaving water in this section of river. And they were year approvals. So we got an approval to do the project in 2013, and it ended in October of that year. And then we renewed the agreement in 2014. And that agreement also terminated in October. In these conversations, our long-term plan and the agreement that we struck with Aspen was that we knew that the water right was not the silver bullet solution. We wanted to respect Aspen's willingness to lead in this arena, but through a more informal process. But in the meantime, that we would continue to do outreach and see if we could find other supplies that could be married together with the water they were willing to put in the river, and so respect their leadership and also continue to seek new opportunities to put more water back in the river. So while we were in implementation mode on the Wheeler Ditch project, we were also trying to find new supplies to add to that project so we could continue to put even more water back in the river. And so what you see, yikes, what you see today is not showing up on the screen very well, but this is a summary of 3 different supplies of water that came out of these research and outreach activities to add on top of the Wheeler Ditch project. And actually it's best, the Wheeler Ditch project is the bottom row that you all can't see. The other 2 water supplies that this application is asking you all to support are due diligence investigations for water that is associated with the Fryer project and the Twin Lakes, the Independence Pass Transbasin Diversion System. I'll start with the second, actually. The second, the Grizzly Reservoir water, is water that the Colorado River Water Conservation District negotiated in settlement with Twin Lakes in the context of an application for a junior enlargement of the Independence Pass Transbasin Diversion System. So this is water that the River District secured. It's 800 acre feet, about 750 of which can be used in combination, the River District and Aspen for environmental purposes. And the River District has given us its blessing to analyze how this water can be used, when it can be used, under what circumstances, and also try and sew this supply together with the Wheeler Ditch project. So the application itself is intended to have us coordinate these 3 supplies for maximum benefit. So that's the second kind of slug of water that is the subject of the proposal that you all have. And then the first is some water that was available through an agreement, the Fryer operating principles, which specified that about 3,000 acre feet of water would be bypassed and remain in the Roaring Fork available to use for flows by the Water Conservation Board. And our very preliminary investigations suggest that while this arrangement has been implemented, it has never been formally approved. And the state engineer cannot administer an agreement. They need to administer a water right. So there may be more steps that need to be undertaken, both to secure this water right as in-stream flow and then have it protected and administered. So the overarching theme for our application to you is undertaking the due diligence on the Twin Lakes Exchange and the Grizzly water, and then moving the Wheeler Ditch project to a more permanent project under a bill that was passed by your Senator Gail Schwartz in the 2013 legislative session, Senate Bill 1319, which allows a water user not to divert the fullest extent of its water right and then not receive the penalties it might customarily receive under use it or lose it, the doctrine that requires you to use your water right to its fullest extent. So with the passage of that law and our being more knowledgeable about how to use it and a system being set up actually through the River District, there's now an approval process for Senate Bill 19 projects. And the Senate Bill 19 allows a water user to not divert its water right for 5 years out of 10 and not receive any penalties in their records for having done that. And so the proposal before you is to turn the Wheeler Ditch project from this, every year are we going to or not project into a 10-year project where we'll need to do projections every year to understand whether or not we should be gearing up to use the water right in that particular year, and then doing due diligence about those other 2 water rights, which may end up resulting in a water court change case to secure those water rights for in-stream flows. So that's the general gist of the application. So the funds will specifically support the due diligence for water rights 1 and 2 that were on the chart before, and 10-year implementation of the Wheeler Ditch project. And then, the real art is going to be how we weave those 3 component projects together to maximize the flow benefits, in particular in the dewatered reach through the city, but even as far down as the confluence with the Frying Pan. So I wanted to make sure that you all were aware there was a column on my chart that also showed the partnerships in this project. Our feeling at the Water Trust is that no project is a good project unless it's highly collaborative. And these water rights are no exception. In the Wheeler Ditch project, we have a great partner in the city of Aspen. And Lee Ledesma and April Long are here to talk to you a little bit more about Aspen's participation and role in these projects and support of the grant application. And we also work with the Colorado River Water Conservation District. It was their process that gave us the blessing to take a look at the water rights that they secured through the settlement with Twin Lakes and see if we can help them come up with some solutions for using those water rights for in-stream flow purposes. So I wanted to make sure that we thanked these folks for their support, their willingness to let us noodle on their water rights, and for their willingness to come today to visit with you. And if you all would like to hear from them, I know they'd be happy to give you some information about their participation in these projects.
So, thank you. That's very interesting. And I've been somewhat familiar with the Wheeler Exchange. And my question on that would be, can you only do it 5 years out of 10? Even though the way it would typically be done, Aspen would use the Wheeler Ditch up until when the flows later in the summer start getting low, and then turn the Wheeler off, if I understand it correctly.
You do understand it correctly. Under typical circumstances, in other words, in the absence of the application of Senate Bill 19, if water was available to that diversion and they did not take it, that would be noted in Aspen's diversion records, and any future transfer would show the diminished use. And so the idea of Senate Bill 19 was to provide a safe harbor for folks not to divert their full amount, full season of use, part season of use, it doesn't matter. The water right enrolled in the program and used in a particular year receives a special code in its records through the state's record keeping that shows that it was enrolled in this program, and then that year is not counted in any future historical consumptive use analyses or in consideration of something like partial abandonment, where the state has authority to partially abandon a water right. For example, if you have a 10 CFS water right, you only use 5 for 15 years. The law allows the state to partially abandon the 5 that you weren't using. And so this is a protection against partial abandonment and also future consumptive use analyses.
But the city would only be able to use this, or you and the city would only be able to use it 5 years out of 10. So
That's
if
right.
there was a 10-year drought, half of those years, they'd have to continue diverting the Wheeler Ditch to protect their water right. Is that right?
That is right.
No.
It's one of the reasons why we want to be careful and do the projections. A lot of the work that's in the grant application is annual projections, so that we have a reasonable idea of what the water year is going to look like, knowing that we only have 1 out of every 2 years that we can enroll the water right in the program. It's not the perfect solution. The idea behind this application is that it's a really good start, and our experience is that one step forward into solving flow shortages is often the catalyst to bring more energy and enthusiasm and other water rights and other water users into programs. So the Wheeler Ditch project may not be able to satisfy every year where the trigger is reached, but certainly 5 out of 10 years is better than none.
Rachel?
Yeah, it's a good point, Steve, and I could see exactly what you're saying, kind of a little bit of log rolling once you can see some benefits and demonstrate the surety and the competence of the management. But it might be something where you could work with Salvation Ditch to agree to 3 out of 10 years for some small amount in the years that the city's water needs to be taken or something. You just can start working around that puzzle piece pretty well. I find this to be really innovative, and the things that is really brought to mind for me, this and a few other kind of minor things, is that it really be a good idea for us to start having our Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, regularly having a city update on the agenda, or even a city liaison of some sort, so that we can coordinate those efforts better. And I, from the bottom of my heart, want to applaud the city for taking the lead on this during the drought and continuing and following through. So that's been just fabulous. And so I think that, we've had a board that's been getting its feet under it and understanding its mission, and Lord knows we've been tied up in lawsuits and other projects as well. But it just is a natural, and it's already occurring, and we need to kind of formalize that a little more. The second would actually be a question for John Courier with the River District, I believe. And Amy might be able to answer as well. But I'm wondering about the Colorado River District's flow rights. Those are not a stored set of acre feet, so that's a flow of X many acre feet, or where's that flow coming from? How are you?
As Rachel mentioned, I'm John Courier. I'm the chief engineer with the River District. And we've been involved, the River District's been involved in this since the operating principles for the Fry Arc project first articulated the 3,000 acre foot exchange. What Rachel's referring to is the Twin Lakes junior water right that they got on top of their old senior water right, which caused no small amount of angst on the west slope. But I think we got a reasonable deal out of the end of it. So hopefully without spiraling into infinite complexity, out of the first 2,400 acre feet that's diverted in any given year under the junior water right, 800 of that is to the River District. And through agreements with the city and the county, that water's to be used in various ways, primarily for in-stream flow purposes. The county carved out a small chunk of it that was supposed to be used as an augmentation supply for development in the Airport Business Center area. A reason, a purpose that is really no longer necessary. But you own a little bit of that water by agreement. 200 acre feet of that at any given time, except for today, resides in Grizzly Reservoir. Then the other up to 600 acre feet gets used is in Twin Lakes, and then we can ask Twin Lakes to bypass more later in the season.
To reduce their diversions.
Just to reduce their diversions, and then we just book over a like amount out of that account in Twin Lakes.
Okay.
And so that's really where the River District's water comes from. But then the River District has the ability to exchange it someplace or market it after it kind of flows through the critical reach here in Aspen and use it. And that's, I think what Amy's real task and the Water Trust's real task is to try to take these various sources of water and marry them together while they're there and being used, marry them together in a way that maximizes the benefit of them. So some coordination and some, and as Amy said, some legal work. I think the Water Trust is going to end up doing some of the work that the CWCB, by agreement, said they were going to do back in 1978. So I think it's a good task, and we support it, and we said, sure, dig into our water rights, see what you can do with it.
I would imagine that you're constrained so that water could never be sold eastward, which kind of would be easy since it's already in Twin Lakes, since it's on the east side of things. But do you have you could use it for augmentation perhaps of other projects on this side and let it continue to flow that way, or are you locking it up long term to go down the Roaring Fork?
I think the highest priority of it, by virtue of all the agreements that were developed, was that it would be used, if possible, in the Roaring Fork. And this is the part that's the piece that would be parked in Twin Lakes on the other side of the divide. If it's not possible, we have the ability to exchange it over into the Eagle River side into Homestake. And the deal is if you don't use it within the water year it accrues, then you lose it and it reverts to Twin Lakes. So our goal is to use that water when and if it's available, however we can. If we can't use it in the Roaring Fork, we'll move it, we'll exchange it over into Big Eagle.
Thanks for that background.
John, if I can see how this extra water coming down the Roaring Fork would help in the hole below Salvation Ditch to Castle Creek. Once the water gets out of there, is it up for grabs for any head gate down the way, or can you then earmark it for something like the 15-mile reach by Palisade or something like that?
That's an excellent question. You know, actually, today, I mean, we're without any other mechanisms in place that we might put in place or the Water Trust might identify. It's really up for grabs. As a practical matter, nobody grabs it downstream in the Roaring Fork, you know, just because supplies are typically sufficient in the Roaring Fork. But we have the ability to market that water or exchange it up to Wolford Mountain Reservoir up the Colorado, if you could, or you could earmark it for the 15-mile reach. And that's a good point, well taken.
And also, is this water typically released right when the Wheeler exchange would be taking place? So it could be used in the 5 years when the Wheeler exchange couldn't happen, but we could be using the Twin Lakes water instead of the Wheeler exchange water to bolster the flow right through here?
It could. Now, one point we need to remember is this Twin Lakes water isn't available each and every year because it takes perfect hydrologic conditions for that junior water right to come into priority.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, really wet conditions in the Arkansas and plenty of water on this side late in the season. That usually doesn't happen. But yes, that's one way that water could be used, is you're saying, hey, if we don't have a Wheeler ditch or other similar mechanisms, we could use some more of this water to bolster flows.
One quick refinement on that too is that we're at a very preliminary stage with understanding how the water rights interact. And so the purpose of the ask is to get us to the point where we have very concrete answers to questions like that in terms of operations. We have a ways to go before we get to the point where we know how the three different water rights will interact with each other and how we maximize their benefits, whether that's stacking them all together in a particular year or staggering them the way you just suggested. There's lots of different analyses that we need to conduct in order to get ourselves to a point where we know how they work together.
And we have very little experience with this junior water right because that case just languished for many, many years, and it was just last year that we at the River District got together with Twin Lakes and said, good grief, guys, let's just get this thing settled and get this agreement in place. And so we've had water available under the junior in the River District's account one time, that was last year, the first time.
I would have just one last question. In general, I mean, I totally support this request for the funding for this, but I keep thinking of the engineering solutions and questions. Would it be possible to do an enlargement of Grizzly Reservoir to store extra water there and use the water over on this side? Just keep it in the reservoir from a wet year and then let it down the Roaring Fork in a drier year.
That's a question that I really don't know the answer to. It's a question that Phil Overender at the city and I batted around some, and I've actually been trading calls on the way up here with Scott Campbell, manager for Twin Lakes. If I catch him on the way back down Valley, I'll ask him because what he thinks about that. But it's definitely something that's been on the radar screen.
And this work may also not preclude other creative solutions. So, you know, once we dig into this, folks may have great suggestions for additional supplies or different ways that we can use the supplies that we're analyzing. So We hope that this is like a wet snowball rolling downhill and that it just keeps going and picking up more snow.
But something like you mentioned, that could be a win-win deal for Twin Lakes in terms of operational storage and the Roaring Fork in terms of flows.
Yeah, and I know that, that possibility was put out there in discussions about, you know, the Colorado River Basin's plan for, as part of the Colorado Water Plan. We were trying to think of any possible projects that would help us here. So that enlargement was tossed around a little bit.
Thanks.
Board, thumbs up on giving approval for this? Okay.
Can I just make a comment?
Dave, yeah.
You know, having been involved with Healthy Rivers for a few years now, and recognizing that we changed with your agreement grant process, this is probably the most comprehensive request that we have ever received, that I've been a part of. The quality and professionalism of both Amy and her staff, the support of the Conservation District and the city, they were there in mass at our meeting to hear this presentation, and it's a very complicated process. We approved and passed this on to you based on a motion that required them to report to us each year as opposed to the end of the project, which is 10 years out, so that we could see the value of it, but not so much for this project in particular, which got pretty overwhelming support if you look at the scoring, but more so that we could determine whether or not we could use it elsewhere. And I think, you know, that opportunity is huge. And we're talking about maybe where could some of those places be, including Stonemass Creek and the Crystal, where we could use the value of this as a catalyst to encouraging others to participate.
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I would just to tag on to that, I just see this as a great model again. If we look at our, I see Dale in the back, if we look at our open space and trails program where we've been able to collaborate with GOCO and with other counties to successfully purchase land or put out conservation easements. This provides another model in terms of starting a relationship with the Colorado Water Trust and CWCB in partnership to identify projects that Healthy Rivers and Stream cannot do on their own, but would be beneficial for all the entities to participate in.
We would be incredibly excited to help you undertake some really interesting analyses of the water rights that the open space holds, and see if there are some flow outcomes that are win-win, that maintain whatever land use you'd like to maintain and also use the water rights for flow restoration purposes. That would be great.
April.
I may just add, since we're on that topic of conversation, I'm April Long. I'm from the city of Aspen. I'm the stormwater manager. And while you guys are beginning to talk about collaboration and possibly having a city liaison to talk about water issues, I just want to let you know that it's city council's top priority to start looking into a river management plan for this section of the river. And this project plays in perfectly with that, and also your interest in maybe looking at how the open space manages their water rights. But it's something that we'll be working with the county very closely on and all the other stakeholders in this upper section of the watershed in the next 2 years to develop kind of an operational river management plan for how we can attain more flow in the river during these drought years. So I will be coming back to you, or your staff will be coming back to you to talk more about that. So.
Great.
All right, great. Thank you. All right.
Thumbs up. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. Great. Great plans. Look forward to seeing the great results.
John, thanks for making the drive all the way up from Glenwood.
Oh, not far, not near as far as Amy can go.
Yeah, well, thank you, Amy, for coming up from
Welcome.
Front Range here.
We can't offer downhill skiing as a benefit this time of year.
But you could offer Independence Pass, and it was a gorgeous drive, so
Yeah, oh, it's Twin Lakes.
thank you very much.
Very good.
Okay, next we have a budget supplemental request for public health consultant.
So at your recent Board of Health meeting, a proposal was floated to engage a public health consultant to look at how Picken County provides public health services. And the consultant would look at the right level and type of public health services that Picken County should provide, funding strategies for how to provide the services, and then a governance structure that would best fit these services. So this is a budget supplemental request for $30,000 to hire a consultant to provide these consulting services. Any questions on the request?
I'm sorry, there's so much noise behind you, I kind of got lost there a little bit. I was already supportive when we heard it at the last discussion, and I just want to make sure we're clear with the public. This is about our public health services. This is not about the Picken County human resources insurance issues.
That's
They're different
correct.
things.
It's
Okay.
public health and the interfacing between our Health and Human Services Department, the need to provide public health services, and then Community Health Services, who has up until now provided those services for us, and just the right combination between our different groups and the best way to provide those.
Right, okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure I was being really clear. And this relates to the medical home that we have for more low-income and Medicaid folks in SALT, as well as what we do at Community Health Services at the Schultz Health and Human Service Building.
I think it'd be inclusive of looking at all of those things. I think what we'd be looking for is really two things. One would be, for lack of a better term, an environmental scan to see since the Public Health Act was passed, how have other public health agencies adapted in terms of what services they're directly providing versus what services maybe they're contracting out for, and those sorts of things, so that we get a sense of service delivery models. And then based on those models, going and answering the question, how are those services typically funded, and how might that inform how we fund public health services here, as well as then finally the third, I guess, thing would be governance. How are we organized to make decisions and such, which has been I think a challenge for us locally since the Public Health Act was closed or passed, and we didn't necessarily close the loop in terms of how that affects our relationship between the county and our nonprofit and the Healthy Community Fund. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I'm okay with the study.
No, likewise.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. And the next budget supplemental request is for Redstone Ranch Acres road work.
Great. And Debbie Nelson and I have worked on this together. I'm Brian Pettit, I'm your Public Works Director. And, you know, Redstone Ranch Acres are unique roads in that they're public roads, but they were never accepted for maintenance by the county. There are other subdivisions in this category, but we do manage a tax for them, and as the Board of County Commissioners, you appropriate that fund as well. So they've agreed to tax themselves, and that money goes toward roads in the form of snow removal, basic maintenance, grading, drainage work. So this project was just to grade the roads. They hadn't been done in a long time, so there was some catch-up that was needed. And given the wet spring that we had, there was a lot of erosion that took place. So there was more work that was required, and this supplemental is to cover the cost of that work up to $12,375. So we would need to appropriate that money in order to pay the contractor.
So we're really just releasing their own money for their own work that you've overseen at some level, because you'll have to do the snow removal on those roads.
Correct. Well, they do their own snow
Oh,
removal.
they do their own, they
Yeah,
contract it, but
yeah,
they are public roads.
That's right.
Okay, I'm
That's
sorry,
right.
so we don't do anything on the roads
Really don't.
other than sit as a banker on their tax funds.
You got it. That's
Okay.
exactly right.
I'm okay releasing the funds.
Yeah, I am too, but the Redstone Ranch Acre subdivision, is that, I forget which subdivision was having an issue or need to upgrade or do some maintenance on the bridge crossing the Crystal. Was that this subdivision?
It is, and it's not the bridge that crosses the Crystal. It's in the subdivision, and it's clearly, we've looked at it, and we're working with the subdivision representatives right now to get an engineering estimate on what it would cost to replace. It's kind of a makeshift culvert bridge structure, and it's not in good shape. And so once we get an engineer's estimate, then we'll work with the subdivision to find out how best we can replace that. It's, but it's not over the Crystal, it's
Okay.
further into the subdivision, smaller creek.
So that's not included in the scope of this, that'd be a.
It is not.
Future expenditure.
That's correct.
Okay,
Thumbs up.
yeah.
Great.
We're good with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Future agenda calendar.
So I don't have a whole lot for you. Wanted to do a check-in with the board on September 23rd. We've scheduled the High Valley Farms license renewal. And there had been some talk at the last meeting about the adequacy of our room and such. And so Jeanette had researched and found that the council chambers are available on that day, and just wanted to do a check-in with the board if you want us to explore venue change or go ahead and keep with the meeting in our hearing room.
I think for the public's good, it'd be better to have a larger room. We saw people, kind of stacked out the doorways before, and you never know, sometimes they have to wait longer for previous items or prior items to get finished, and so I can see doing that. We have moved out of this room regularly in the past and gone over to the Rio Grande place when we knew we'd have a larger crowd, but that's not available because of construction noise.
Right.
Yeah, that would be all right with me.
And
I like this meeting room better for us, but for the public, that's definitely a lot more comfortable and more room.
Okay, and so what we'll do is work to move the whole meeting that day then over to council chambers. There's it's a light agenda so far that day.
Yeah, we just have to make sure notification is very, very clear, because no matter how well we communicate, I'm sure there'll be a few people that will show up here, so we'll need signages or
Yeah.
post it that the meeting is over at city council.
Fortunately, it's not too far,
Right.
but yeah, I agree with you totally.
And I noticed too that starting October 27th, we're meeting in the Gant during the election cycle.
That is correct, and that is something we talked about briefly during budget. We're just running short of available meeting spaces, and that was a space that we could lock down early on. So we will be sure to do notice and some advertising around that for the public also. That's really all I have on future agendas.
And next week, we have our joint meeting with Open Space and Trails Board, and we've got an exec session set, and then a joint meeting public. And you just may want to check with Dale. I'm not sure how many issues we have to discuss at the exec, but I think an hour may be too short, given some decisions that may need to be made.
Okay.
I could just envision a lengthy conversation on one possible acquisition.
Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah, the one thing I'm kind of wondering about is, will we have all the meetings necessary for the budget in this schedule? I mean, I really only noticed one where it started talking about flourishing and, flourishing and built environment, and these are not until Tuesday, October 27th, and I'm kind of wondering, we're going to start running a little late for getting all the state deadlines on budgets?
No, but we should have one on Tuesday, October 13th, I believe.
It's just not filled in very
Yeah,
much.
so we've got the
Okay, it's
high level.
Is the, so
Yeah,
that's the
and
first
so
budget
that,
hearing.
yeah, and so what will happen, we're good. We've got it laid out. We have to have a proposed budget presented to the board no later than October 15th, so that's the high level overview.
Okay.
And that's where we accomplish that requirement. And then we will go into, between October and November, go into our core focus area presentations where we get guidance from the board. And then I don't have the calendar right in front of me, but we have to have the final budget then adopted with your input by December 15th. And so I know we have a calendar where all those were laid out, and we're getting those on your future agendas.
Okay.
So I think you're just seeing the first two right now in the future agenda.
Okay, yeah, I just am used to a kind of a separate budget schedule coming out that lists 6 or 8 meetings, so.
And we can give that to you. I think Connie had presented that a while back now, so.
Okay, I might have been a meeting I was gone.
yeah.
So, okay. Perhaps now would be the appropriate time to bring it up. I was thinking of bringing it up during open discussion, but since we're on future agendas, and you'd already mentioned the High Valley Farms coming up, I, have been thinking that it might be a good idea to see if we could schedule a site visit prior to that, maybe the week prior. This is potentially going to be something that's contested by all sides, regardless of what our decision is. And I would like to make sure that we do our due diligence and understand the facility, and it may assist us with future decisions on future facilities at some level as well, separate from this one. And so I'm just kind of wondering if it might be possible to do something that week before, like Wednesday the 16th or something like that, was just what I was thinking, because then they would have as much time to get their act together before we'd actually visit it, and give them some time to prepare for our visit.
I guess my question is, what would be the outcome? Because the issue is an odor issue, and so just visiting.
Well, it would be a chance for us to tell at that time together as a group when and where we start smelling odors, but separate from that, I think it's kind of important to understand the project as a whole, as built per the original approvals, and see what the efforts are.
Yeah, I mean, I would not count on trying to use that one time slot to determine whether we smell any odors, strong or not, because it varies. So I wouldn't want to rely on that. And so otherwise, I guess I'm not seeing a need personally, but.
Yeah, I know it had come up before, and I can't remember what all the discussion was, but it was a little, well, we'll just see how you do, and it just seems now that, especially since we've gone through 1 system to 2 systems to 3, and then we tend to get a lot of technical information or description about, well, when we turn the vents on, and when we do this, and when we do that, and then I just can't visualize any of that. So I just think it might be valuable to, have a site visit.
Yeah.
We do that on a lot of complicated applications.
I think it would be a disservice to the public and to the owner of the greenhouse to not have a site visit, because we haven't been down and had a site visit in more than a year's time since it was proposed, and I think we probably should have gone before now, and totally, I agree with you, George, this is not a one-time sniff test. We're not going actually to even smell, but to see the systems and see them in person and have them explain what the different pieces of hardware or whatever are, and
I mean, we can make the request. They could always deny us a site visit as well, so.
They actually can't.
They can't?
As
Oh,
a
good.
licensing
Okay.
authority, you guys have the ability to inspect the property. And we could set it up as such, although I believe that the applicants in this case would probably welcome a site visit. As you've already stated, I think it's very important that, you know, we make it clear it's not for the purpose of checking for their compliance with the odor issue, because that has been an intermittent issue. And I think you all were very clear in terms of the standards and meeting the neighbors' expectations on odor quality and such in March, and again in your last meeting. But I also, after having several conversations, understand that there is going to be a new process potentially implemented, and there may be some value in you guys going down and seeing what that is.
Or are you
I
talking
think
about
it's
new
even
political-
different from that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, last time the applicants were in front of you, they were talking about a hydroxyl system. In my discussions, it sounds like they are proposing now another alternative that they're looking at, and my understanding is they're going to be providing some information to the board as far as what that change is. But I can certainly talk to the applicant, and we can certainly try and schedule some time. It looks like that is Wednesday the 16th that you're looking at.
Well, that's the day I had come up with, that, I was just thinking the week before that meeting, so the Friday the 18th is also open for me. I don't know what other people's calendars are.
My plan was to be in Silverton the 16th, 17th, and 18th. However, if we did it the very first thing in the morning on the 16th, then I could, you know, still go to Silverton later in the day.
Okay. Yeah, you'd be almost on the way down to Carbondale. Are you available on the 16th, George, or not?
No, but that's fine, I don't need to attend.
Okay. The other alternative day would be the morning of the 14th, if that would allow you to attend, George? No?
That day doesn't work for me.
Okay, well, let's see. And I know we have 2 members missing now, so we just have to check that date with them, but if we could do it early in the morning on the 16th, I can do that.
We can look at that.
Okay.
Great. Thanks.
The one item I have down for future agendas is to have a review of the Pro Challenge bicycle race, and I noticed there's a couple issues in my mind that I'd like to discuss, find out more about, or for planning for future years.
Okay, so a debrief after all the agencies have had a chance to catch their breath and.
Yeah, and they probably are going through kind of reviewing it too in terms of their own department, so maybe it would be good once they're all done to get together with us.
We can do that.
Okay. Okay, any other future agendas? Moving on to facilities update. Jody?
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was hoping today to give you a quick overview of the update of the projects, and then I'm not looking for actual direction on my second topic, but just kind of a move forward and come back to the board or not, kind of looking for should I proceed or not. So I'm going to run through the first piece of it. Is the library construction project is moving along. Some of our highlights are that the interior renovation is finally started. They're starting to demolish walls and carpet's gone, and so the ceiling grids are coming out, all the lights, so that's really exciting. The addition, they're pouring today today at 1 o'clock for the transformer, so that'll be moved over. On Thursday, we've talked to the garage and the Acra building because both of them will be affected for the 1-hour switchover for the city to move that service, so they're all on board. But other than that, we're starting to close in the walls. We're still on schedule for November to have that closed in and start the interior work of the addition, and along with the renovation continuing on. The renovation, so we have our building permit for the original design scope, which was huge, and it was complex, and there was a lot of dollars involved in that. So we went through a value engineering process. We finally got finished with that. Our permit for that change order will go to the city either Friday or Monday of next week. So we're really excited about getting that off the ground. And then our phase 2 pricing will go on Friday or Monday to, the design will go to FCI, and they'll get that priced out for us, so we can start entering those contracts and get moving on the other parts of it. The only kind of outstanding issue that we have with that is the sidewalk along Mill Street, which is snow melted. As you know, when you go down that sidewalk between the north alley and the south alley, it has quite a steepness to it, plus it canters over towards Mill Street. So part of our permit is to work through with engineering and the city and get that ADA compliant. So we'll be working with the city engineering, the Parks Department, because they have their Mill Street improvement plan. So we want to kind of collaborate on that. And I have a meeting on Thursday morning to start that discussion with them. The Sheriff's Office and a County Administration project. We're meeting with the strategy team tomorrow morning to go over our concept, kind of where the boxes go, what floor, kind of does it fit, do you like the idea of our preferred alternative, to have that feedback. We have some other alternatives, and then we'll be bringing that to the Board of County Commissioners, and that's already scheduled. So we're kind of in that step phase to make sure that we're on the right track and that we bring you something that we've vetted. We are going to do our tours this week. We're going to RMI and to Grand Junction, but along the way we stop in Rifle, so we're hitting several places this week on Thursday and Friday, and then we have a schedule like September 3rd, I think, to go to Denver and do one of their offices down there to look at some of the different types of situations, and then that visioning team will come back together and talk about what they found, what they liked, what they didn't.
So is it the whole visioning team going on the site?
There's different people going to different parts of it depending on schedules. It was really hard to schedule that many people, and I think Phyllis is going to go along with us, and so we're going to Holy Cross because they have an open concept in their building down Valley. So we're kind of just going to hit along as we go and just get a feel for what's out there.
You know, I would really strongly suggest that you put together a little bit of a packet with each building name on it if you participated, and some of the similar questions on it. And, you know, it's very hard to evaluate one day to the next sometimes, or you forget something that's really important. And just make sure people have a packet to write their comments on, and maybe a few key questions to stimulate that dialogue.
Awesome, thank you, we'll do that. The temporary move, we're in the process. We hired ICS to help us with the project manager. He's our move project manager, so he's working on the leases. He's been meeting with the clerk's office and some of that staff, John Peacock, really to get the clerk's office started, get that process begun, and then also looking at our other alternative. And so we're starting to get that tidied up and to understand where we're going, what we're doing, what the space is. He's got little boxes all over on his sheets of how it can be laid out so that the clerk gets what they need, and that we're effective in the move.
They're also working for everyone.
Yes.
Same process. And once we find some options that are both functional and financially feasible, we'll be bringing those leases back to the board for consideration.
The concept and schematic plans are due to come out in a couple of weeks, so that's where that will be presented to the board and to other staff, and we're really talking about how do we make sure that people are inclusive, and we're working on a strategy for that. Utility easements, that's kind of ongoing. It's been going on for a long time, actually, at least over a year, and we're 95%. So we will be going to City Council to finalize that here in the next week or two. The coordination with the other entities ongoing, and just so the board knows, we are continuing to meet with the veterans representatives about the park, what that may look like. I mean, they have some repairs that they want to do on the stone. They were already planning that, and we thought it was a good opportunity. Is there something we can do collaboratively together on that so that we're not touching it twice, or it's not being hauled off, or, you know, so we're working with them closely. We've had 2.5 meetings with them. So we'll continue that dialogue, and that will all come out in the end.
Before you leave that, just so the board, because we haven't put a whole lot in front of you on the building yet, so just how we're planning on staging that. So the first kind of look we're all going to get is coming up in this next week, and what it's really going to be is we've done programming, we've determined rough square footage that each department needs, and so the first is just figuring out roughly who needs to go next to each other, what's the best layout for service, so you kind of start to put the blocks, like arrange the blocks, if you will, of spaces. And once we have that general arrangement that, okay, yeah, it makes sense externally for these folks to be located here and internally from a workflow perspective, then the architects really have to go ahead to get into the more specific design and really massaging, you know, how can we make those spaces more efficient? What are they actually going to look like? What's the design going to be going into schematics? So that'll be the next bite at the apple that you guys get. Once we figure out generally how we want to arrange the blocks, then we start to design the blocks, and then we really get into the refinement of the design where you get into the architectural aspects and such. So just so you know how it's going to be stepped, it's going to be very, we're going to be very incremental in how we, you know, look at this, bring it forward, and work through the design, both with the organization and with the board.
There's not much change with the ambulance barn. We're continuing to work with Aspen Valley Hospital to work out the details of what we have, what we can use, and the details of that. I'm a little fuzzy on that right now, but we have decided to go out to bid for a project manager on that, and then the design work and all of that will begin, and they'll get the agreements going. So that is out to bid already, and we'll move that forward, and those will be more inclusive in an update as we move forward with that. The jail, ADA cell, and fire systems upgrade, the construction is out to bid this week. More to come. The 911 center relocation, we have a project manager also out to bid for that job. John Lloyd with the BITS department will be leading the project team and overseeing the project manager, because there's a lot of technical pieces to this with the equipment, the towers, that we felt like he was the more appropriate person to oversee the big picture. But of course, the 911 center director, communications director, facilities, tech services, all of us would be a part of a team in looking at that. So that will be, we'll hopefully get that awarded out and start getting busy on that. Dave Detweiler, who works in my office, will be continuing to lead that charge until we have somebody in place that he'll take over, or he or she will take over at that point. So, any questions on updates?
Yeah, I just on the, let's see, it's on the library and maybe the county snow melt system. You've got rent fees will be required.
This is my second topic.
Oh, your next topic.
I haven't talked to you about that one
Oh,
yet.
good. You know what my question will be probably.
So the second part of this that I wanted to talk to the board about is that the Galena Plaza project is putting a snowmelt system from the grand stairway from Rio Grande all the way through their new park to to the end of their sidewalk, which is where we begin at the courthouse. And I've given you a graph here.
Yeah, this would be helpful.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we have the numbers.
Yeah, yeah, and that's on the back side of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Do you have a laser pointer there, Joe?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So, can I make this a little bigger? Is that?
You go to the percentage up there.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Might help you guys.
Okay, much better, yeah.
Okay. So the city is, do I have to turn this on? Yeah. So the city is building, this is the stairway now. They are going to snow melt all of this in the light green and this yellow piece here. And so there's the Rio Grande, there's the jail, there's the courthouse, and there's the library. So city's doing their snow melt here. The library already has snow melt in this whole area here. The courthouse is what I'm asking for the board to say, yeah, it's a good idea, move forward and come back to the board for a decision and the money, or authorize us to move forward. I don't know. I know this isn't the forum for that. I just want to get an idea, because the city is going to be ripping this sidewalk up and they're going to be putting it back. And we were looking at, is this an opportunity for us to tie a full snow melt system in with theirs all together here, so that we've got snow melt from Rio Grande all the way to Main Street. The reason that I have supported this all along is that this side right here at this entrance becomes super icy. It's shaded. It's very difficult for people with wheelchairs, etc., to get through there if we don't keep it scraped down to the bone. So we do a lot of management on that little piece there. Now, this is not a permeable sidewalk like it is over here. This is all permeable pavers, so it will drain down, but this is just on concrete again with pavers on top of that. So we've been talking and collaborating, the city and I, about, do we do this as a whole system? Do we cut it off right here and the county continue to just, snow blow and shovel that area? The other little piece of that was that the library right here, the library board decided not to snow melt this piece because they just really can't afford the rent fees, or they just can't afford it right now. And so my question, there's this other little piece right here that I didn't think this was our piece to do, that this should have been in the city. And we're in discussions about that, but that's these two parking places right here for anybody that's using this or the courthouse or the jail. So it can be for any use, and so I didn't know. We're still in discussions about this 255 square feet. But this will go completely on the county boilers. It's completely independent of the city system. The city has agreed to let us put the infrastructure in, both the city system and our system, if you choose to go there, to go ahead and put the infrastructure in. But we don't have to go live until we have funding or until we think it's appropriate. If the city decides to go live with their snow melt in 2016, but we're not ready or have funding, it's just not a decision we want to make based on many factors, then we don't have to put it on. But if the infrastructure is in the sidewalk, then it just gives us an opportunity to get it in there and we don't have to rip anything up. So what I was wondering is, how do we want to, think about that?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but first I guess I'd kind of like to say, it seems that this section, if we were to fund it, should come from the county general fund or as a whole, because it's more of a sidewalk improvement to the courthouse
Right.
as opposed to part of the
Oh,
library
no.
project. I mean, it's being
Yeah.
torn up because the city is doing their project, and they're gonna replace it as is, which is all they would be required to do. But we need to look at this, to my mind, from a courthouse, jail, visitor, safety perspective. It's not, it's just not part of the library project, so that's how I see it. And then, secondly, I'm trying to remember, what was the new traffic flow pattern along the alley?
It's one
Was
way,
it one way in and out?
it's one way from Mill Street to Main Street.
So this way?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a lot wider area for pedestrians to walk, it's more
Right.
opened up. I was just kind of wondering, because of the yellow and the snow melt there, that must just be the crosswalk there or something. But how much is it to put the system underground now while they're doing the cement and worry later about whether we want to turn it on and go live or not?
So that section of orange, right, from the edge of the courthouse building, from here to Main Street, is about $20,000. That's a little over $12 a square foot for us to get our infrastructure in. That's our manifold, all the piping, and then that's just that. We're not paying for the concrete, we're not paying for the pavers. So it's just under, it's $19,500. We're trying to get better prices than $12 a square foot, but we don't have it yet.
Kind of where it is now. And then the other question, it mentions in the memo that this county snowmelt will be connected to the county boilers system.
Correct.
Independent of the city. How much more demand, or what are the kind of the operating costs if we had a quote average year, or, you know, medium high snow year, number of frozen days, I don't know. But are our boilers sufficient to carry that, and what is the cost to carry that versus paid labor?
So part of the big picture plan that we were doing a couple years ago was that we did size the jail boilers to take on additional snow melt
If needed.
and/or other buildings. We still need to do an evaluation on, now that we've got this
big
building and this building and what that may look like. But however that happens, we can build it into either the jail or to this construction that's happening, depending on if we have a single boiler plant or multiple in each building. We're just not sure. There's too many unknowns.
And I'm just trying to get to thinking about this in terms of, okay, it would be 20,000 to get in the ground, and we'd be ready to turn on the switch should we need it. But does it mean then another $25,000 upgrade in boiler size to be able to handle it? You know, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure I have a sense of all the costs, including, again, potentially that operating. And then, of course, there's the rent fee issue, which is separate, which, you know, I do believe you need to hold yourself to the same standards as you would ask to hold a private developer to. I don't know if we're doing any other energy efficiency things that would count for credit against REMP. And I remember that was a large discussion with RAFTA, with their facilities. I think they may have gotten some of it waived as an essential public facility or something, but even before that, they got some credit from some of the solar activities they're putting on the bus stops or something like that. And I just don't know if you know, maybe it's about talking to Mona and Core and the city who assesses those fees, but are there potential offsets that we would be able to get to that fee from the higher energy efficiency we're putting into the building?
Well, and I think we can certainly look at that as because we are going to have a goal of energy efficiency and different mechanisms in this new construction. And I don't know if the offset can happen at that point, or if it will just be part of that.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
It's just worth exploring.
You know, part of, I think, what Jody's running into and why she's looking for some direction right now, it's an issue of timing. That some of the questions that we need to answer, we won't be able to answer until after the pavers are probably on the ground. And so, you know, there's one school of thought that we could take that, hey, if we think this is infrastructure that over the next probably 15, 20 years, we're probably going to want to utilize, even if it's maybe 5 years from now. It makes more sense to get the infrastructure put in now while everything's torn up, because the 19,000 have the option and it's going to be much less. But if you're 80% sure we're not going that direction, that snow melt isn't something that the board would want to support, no use spending those dollars. But if we're saying that the likelihood is yes, snow melt would be the preferred solution, then we can have the infrastructure in and hold until we answer some of these other questions and come back to you with kind of tease apart the questions of what goes in under the sidewalk, and then when and how do we hook it up, and what are the costs associated with it, because we're disconnected from those two, and that's the challenge.
And the city is looking for,
An answer
are we
soon.
putting it in or are we not? Because they
Right.
need to order
They
the
need to
supplies and get that into their specs. So,
George?
So Jody, for the city's snow melt, going, I guess, going from the courthouse to the library, that's just across the plaza area?
Yep.
Why are they doing that there?
Well, yeah, I
And
think it's,
partially their park too.
No, I know, I just was
well,
wondering
it's
because.
partly to get it to the library, get people to the library, and they don't have to do, I don't know if it's because of snow melt or.
Yeah, George, I think the way I would answer it is we actually have almost 3 jurisdictions, right? You have the library district, which you guys are ex officio board of. We have the county at the courthouse, and we have the city. But we have natural pedestrian traffic patterns that go across all 3 of those entities. And so we're all doing projects at the same time in this area. And so I think what staffs are trying to do from the city and the county and the library is to say, look, from a citizen's perspective, this is where we have frequent foot traffic, and this is where our public safety challenges are in the winter. We have folks that come off of Main Street, walk by the courthouse, go across Galena Plaza and into the library and also exit that way, or they come across from the courthouse and go down the Rio Grande and the stairs there. And so I think the reason that we're looking at the corridors we are is because that's where people walk, and then we're trying to divide up responsibility for the snow melt.
No, I understand that. It's more of a philosophical question because, people walk all through the city and the malls. And so you could say, well, maybe the malls need to be snow melted. And what we're trying to do with the city and with the county is to actually reduce our energy use. So I'm just trying to understand. I understand when there's a safety issue, and there's a safety issue, then we should be looking at snow melt. But if it's just a convenience, you could be snow melting the entire downtown core. And is that really the direction we want to be going in as a community? And I question that.
And that part I can answer as well for the whole project as far as what's driving the snow melt. It may also be a cost benefit on what is it costing to have staff keep it clear and such with snow blowers and such versus the snow melt. By the courthouse, as Jody said, I think the challenge there is it's just really shady and it melts and it ices. And
Yeah, I mean, I can support a snow melt if it's a safety issue, but not for a convenience issue. And so if it's a safety issue, and because going into the court and it's a public facility, I can understand that if it's shady or stairs. But my other question is, in lieu of paying rent, won't we have any ability to offset our energy use through some sort of renewables as we're renovating this building and building a new building, and even the library?
Well, and that's the challenge is we won't have anything definite to put on the table till we get through design, and we're going to be way behind on that versus them needing an answer there. So the likelihood, because we are planning right now and building above code, but you guys have a lot of decisions still in front of you. We've got a lot of challenges with the cost and the space and you know, there's probably gonna be some trade-offs we have to make, and so I don't know yet what we can put on the table. And so Jody doesn't have anything to go and give as a definite, but we could speculate that, okay, our intent, of course, is to go beyond building code requirements and such in terms of energy efficiency, and we could probably start to estimate that, but we won't have the stake in the ground till we have design and a price and you guys have signed off on it.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I guess all things considered in that, I would agree with the safety aspects of the courthouse and the wisdom of lying it before they pour the concrete. It seems that we would have that ability to really wait to turn it on
Absolutely.
until we know what the rent fees would be, or whether we have fully offset it. And frankly, you know, the rent fees are something that become a greater incentive to spend more money on the project for energy efficiency for the offset, because you're either gonna just lose the money or you're gonna invest it in greater efficiencies within the building. So I think we can work to see those things balance out.
And right now, the rent fee, as it's calculated today, is $55,400 to turn that on.
Right.
And that is with the ADA reduction on those, so we actually save about 850 feet.
And so how much
Yeah.
energy would we have to show that
Right.
we've saved to
Yeah.
reduce that 58 down?
And I think that's where we can work with POS and the energy team and kind of bring that all together, because you don't have to decide to turn it on and, you know, ever, if you don't want to.
Right.
So that's a decision that the entire board makes.
I just know how future boards go,
Yeah.
you know, and they're gonna say, why didn't they put in the conduit? It's like not putting in conduit for broadband when you had the road torn up. And so I'd say let's go ahead and do it.
Couple of thoughts on the snow melt. You might consider putting in 2 zones on the part west of the courthouse, because if one part is shadier and the other parts are sunnier, there's no point in heating the whole thing when if somebody's already out shoveling snow along Main Street and different places.
Okay.
If there's an area that the sun hits so much that all you have to do is shovel it and it clears off.
That's a good thought.
Save the energy. If we need it, we can turn it on. Snowmelt Road in Snowmass Village has 3 zones for the whole length with 3 different boilers feeding the different parts. So that gave me the idea for this.
They might even have sensors where they only turn on if they're, so. Yeah.
And the raft had some kind of sensors that if it got wet, I think was what would turn them on. So that might look and see what raft did on their bus stops.
Okay.
Also, I think the library should pre-plumb that area. They're not planning on snow melting, just to have the plumbing in there, and they don't ever have to turn it on. But if they decide they need it later and have to tear the thing up, I think it would be wise to do it ahead of time, because when you look at all the different connections, and if that's the only part that's not snow melted, and you know, it depends on the sun exposure and all of that too, how fast it would dry off when it's shoveled. But I think that the library board should consider pre-plumbing it.
That's $17,000 for that piece, and then the rent fee is another,
And do they have to pay the rent fee if they don't,
only when we turn it on.
just if they turn it on? Yeah.
So I will take your message back to the library board unless there's other direction, your recommendation.
Is that board, just to be clear,
Yeah.
because Steve, you brought it up, I'm not sure I heard the board weigh in, I think, before I represent it to the library. I want to make sure it's board direction.
You know, I wasn't tuned in, I'm sorry.
I'm just suggesting that they consider it, and they're the ones who have to decide it. I'm not saying they have to, but I think it might be wise to.
You know, if it stays within their budget, I think we've already had to advance $1 million at this point, and so they're under constraints. If they can find that, but I'm not willing to extend any
Yeah.
further on your
Well,
budget.
you know what seems a little awkward to me, and I have a feeling that this is this U shape because it wants to connect with this system here. But if it was at least plumbed in from here, maybe you could get a little bit of a, we'll pay 2%, whatever small percent of the city system it is for the hot boiler water, but at least it wouldn't dump you off in the snow right there.
Yeah.
You know, and if you have to go back to the sidewalk, I mean, this is the weird part, we have nothing in here in this sidewalk, so there's gonna be continual maintenance, and I don't know if that sidewalk is considered part of the county's alley or the city's alley, so they have to maintain the sidewalk there, or whether it's part of the library property and we have to maintain the sidewalk there. But, you know, you really have, and that's as shaded as any other section, quite frankly, you know, so it's a little weird. It would, I was thinking, well, maybe we could just connect it, but then that's that full length.
Yeah.
But if you just connect it here, somebody just have to walk back over here to get onto, you know, clear territory. And you can obviously access cleared pathways on the original front.
Yeah, and we've maintained to this line, and the city has done this whole part, but with the easement, now we maintain this piece, and then the city does this piece, so it is awkward. It's, the whole thing is awkward, but we'll continue to work on it if,
Yeah, I don't see that as necessarily, because there is a snow-mounted entrance at one path or another,
Right.
but you get back to the fact that the front of the building on Mill Street is not ADA. And so they're probably going to need to spend more there than they anticipate right now, becoming ADA compliant and then snow melting that. So I guess going back to not worrying so much about snow melting on the plaza area.
you know, that Mill Street sidewalk thing was not in our budget, and so it is going, well, I take that back. We had something reserved for it, but hopefully it's enough. So, it's a balance.
Yeah.
Anything
so,
else?
Okay, that kind of settles that one, I think.
Okay. George, you okay with me going to the board and encouraging them, but not?
I would encourage them, you can
Okay.
just throw out the idea, but they'll have to figure that out within their budget.
Oh, one more thought.
Yeah.
Right now, we're heating this with natural gas. We could be heating all of this with geothermal in 20 years' time, which we don't know what the future thing would be, but there's other possibilities out there, so. If we have it plumbed, we don't have to burn, I don't want to burn any natural gas to heat it, but maybe there's another solution.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jody.
All right, the next open discussion item is we have a floodplain mapping update. I think we have everyone that's left in the room for this item. It's
Hi.
under open discussion, though.
Thank you. Under open discussion, just very briefly, I wanted to update everybody on the floodplain remapping project that some of you will remember. This is Twee Patton, who is the manager of our Pitkin County project, and she's with Colorado Water Conservation Board, CWCB.
Welcome.
And of course, you know Susan Pearson, who is our floodplain administrator and planning engineer. But this afternoon, earlier, we had what's called the Community Coordination Meeting, which was a meeting of, we had two CWCB people, and we had a couple of FEMA people, and we also had a representative from the consultant that did the work. And the purpose of this meeting this afternoon was just to talk about the preliminary maps, which are done. The project is now done, and it goes into the finalization and adoption phase, and that's really why I'm here, because some of you will remember this project started in 2010. It's now 2015, and we now enter into the process of formal adoption, which has lots of federal regulations attached to it. So really, given the appeal periods and et cetera, we're looking at having new effective maps in fall of 2016? Fall of 2016, so it's still a ways away. But staff has reviewed the maps, we're comfortable with them, and we have set a general public meeting for September 29th, 5 to 7, in the City Council chambers in City Hall. And that will be an opportunity. We'll get lots of publicity out about that. I'll work with Pat Bingham. We're going to work with the caucuses. Try to get the word. City of Aspen will be part of this, and they'll be doing notifications also. But we're going to try to get the word out so that people can come, look at these maps, see what changes may or may not affect them. Preliminarily, there's not a great deal of property that is affected by the changes. So the real benefit of the maps to us is we'll have something we've never had before, and that is a digitized floodplain and floodway mapping on our GIS aerials with parcel maps. So just like everything else that we use GIS for, we'll be able to pull up a parcel, actually see the floodplain line and the floodway line on every parcel in Pitkin County and Aspen. And that for us was really the important benefit of this project. I'm just going to remind you that it was a $500,000 project. This was a FEMA grant, and FEMA paid for 75% of it. And the local match, CWCB itself put in $20,000. Healthy Rivers and Streams contributed $41,000. Open Space and Trails contributed $10,000. The City of Aspen contributed $25,000. And the remainder of the local match was in-kind services that we're providing through Mary Lackner and GIS, because it's been a big project for them. So I just wanted you to know that it is coming to conclusion. We're down the final stages, and if anybody had any particular questions about that process from here, I wanted you to have the opportunity while we had Twee here to ask those questions.
Just a quick question, we'll be able to add to this mapping? So for example, where we just are looking at changing the floodplain zones down in Basalt?
We talked about
South
that.
So that won't
that will be
happen for
part
a
of it.
while, so we'll be able to add to it once that's completed?
We talked about that. Basalt's done 2 letters of map revision. They did one for the Pan and Fork Mobile Home Park, and they also are in the process of one with that Basalt levee area. And we talked about that today, and it looks like those should be done and approved before the maps become effective, so they should be part of the new maps.
Rachel?
My question was along similar lines. So those maps from Basalt are not going to be part of what's reviewed now at the upcoming September meeting? I mean, we've seen them. I just think that somehow in the information about the public meeting, you have to make it clear. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of Basalt people coming up thinking this is their chance to view those maps and not be satisfied when they get up here. And if there is any meeting where it is to meet, to see the Basalt maps, then that could be either advertised concurrently or say that that's to come, or a future date to be determined or something.
This meeting is, we're going to set it up as an open house and have stages around. There'll be FEMA people, CWCB people, obviously staff, and also federal flood insurance people will be there to answer specific questions. And we will actually have it set up so that on any specific property, someone will be able to pull up on the computer the current mapping and the proposed effective mapping, so they can actually see if their property has changed in any way, and if it looks as if it may be a negative effect in terms of needing insurance, there'll be an insurance person there that they can talk to. But one of those displays should be that Basalt Lomar, so people are aware of that. And at the meeting today, SGM was at the meeting representing Basalt, so they're part of this. They're on board.
Okay, so I guess now I'm a little more confused by your answer. This open house will also review the potential Basalt changes?
There's not a review of that because that...
For the public's information.
But the public's information, we can have it there.
Public review, it will be. Yeah. And so we need to then publicize this in Basalt as well?
Yes,
okay.
We do.
So it will be. And the last thing I would suggest is we really need to get a notice out through the Aspen Chamber Resort Association and ask them to bring it to their lodging community and things like that. When you think about the different condo projects that are along the Roaring Fork River, or businesses, I think that'd just be a good venue to really try to get some attendance.
Okay.
So this whole mapping thing, just like it was in Basalt, affects whether someone needs flood insurance if they're in or not in the mapped flood zone, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's important if anybody lives or thinks they might be in the floodplain to come and check it out.
Yeah, our plan is to have overlaid the existing floodplain and the new proposed floodway and floodplain. And we, as staff, intend to find properties that have changed and get individual notifications to those people. That's our goal.
And you're right, if anybody does have insurance questions, it'll be a good venue for them to come and ask them.
Okay.
Thank you to the CWCB for helping us through this process and
Sure.
taking the
Sorry
drive
it
up
took
here.
so
and
long,
everything.
but we're finally here, so.
No, not at all.
Yeah. It was a long process, but I think we're coming out with a product that's going to be really, really usable by all of us and anybody that uses GIS. And it'll be part of, the new Pitkin County maps and more, where the public can go through our website and access almost all of GIS. They'll be able to pull up the floodplain maps eventually.
Just a curious question. Several months ago, a whole big package of maps arrived, and I gave them to Phyllis, but
She
they were
gave
the
them- and she gave
FEMA
them
maps.
back.
They arrived addressed to me at the
That's right.
courthouse for whatever reason, I don't know, but
That's
just,
how FEMA does it. They always send it to the CEO of the community or the county, so they send it to the chair, commissioner, chair. or something.
okay.
Yep.
But that's how
Yep.
They got
the
to
maps
us.
got to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, we got 'em. And we did the preliminary review, and that's what we were talking about today, was that preliminary review.
Yeah, and I didn't open it up to read the maps because it was a lot of volumes of maps were in the package.
How many sheets were there? I don't know.
I don't know how many sheets, but there was also the big binders for
Yeah.
the study.
That's
So
why
there was
having
a
it
lot to
all
read.
GIS-based is going to be so terrific. Yeah. Good, thank you. We just wanted to let you know we're moving forward with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, is there any other open discussion items?
George, I think, oh, I'm sorry.
I have a few, if you're done, John.
I'm done.
And George, you got it.
Well, I've got staff here for one.
Go ahead.
John? No? Really?
We're still in open discussion, Marty.
Really? So I asked John just to give us an update on the kayak park, because there's a proposal that is going before, I don't know if it's the town of Basalt or P&Z, but I was concerned about the process in terms of making sure the community understands what we're doing, and the town council has had an opportunity to ask any questions. And so I just asked John to come down and give us an update and see if we need to attend a meeting or ensure that we're not bypassing, but perhaps getting ahead of where the town of Basalt is in terms of being able to do some public outreach.
That's a big question.
That's why you're here, to answer it.
Huh. I guess we'll find out soon enough if we're out ahead of town of Basalt. The communication that we've had up to this point with staff is that we are not. And in fact, the staff has been very facilitative of trying to get something processed and through, especially given that I've communicated to the town that we're willing to do whatever they think is appropriate, but we want to do something so that there is a sufficient event, a public hearing on an application or a discussion of the river master plan, however it's couched, so that people know what's going on. And they don't have a particular process that lines up with doing this type of work, oddly enough, and so they're sort of
feeling it out as they go, I should say. And so I think that there's a sufficient mechanism in place to allow the public to be informed of what's going on and what's proposed, and to be able to comment on that, and to have a decision point of going forward with it or not going forward with it. The consistent with the board direction, the only thing that is being proposed is the in-channel work that would facilitate the wave, essentially. That would be the component part of the water park or a kayak park, and the essential ingredient to allow us to perfect the water right and then to call water to this location. The all other work that might be associated with this, parking, changes that the town has in the past contemplated with Two Rivers roads that would affect the traffic calming and reduction of speed, allow for parking, those types of things. Any stream side improvements that could occur on the bank or on either side of the river at the location proposed is not part of any application or discussion as of yet. And personally, I just think that that type of work would involve a much larger community discussion as to how do you want this thing to look and to work out of the water. The stuff that's in the water really is fairly fixed. There's not much of a discussion as to how to do it or where to do it or what needs to be done. It's simply whether to do it or not. So the application and the process that is evolving around it is set for a public hearing or a public meeting in front of the town P&Z on September 1st. After that, it'll be reviewed by the town council at 2 different meetings. And off the top of my head, I just had them in my head and they just flew out. I think it's the 7th.
It's September 8th and September 22nd.
That's, there we go. And I would suggest, at least I would in the future, suggest if any of the members of the commission, and certainly I'm going to make the same representation to the county's the Healthy Rivers and Streams Advisory Board if they want to attend, or anyone else from the county, that the meeting probably to try to get to would be one of those 2 council or town council meetings as opposed to the P&Z, just because trying to attend 3 meetings is a tough one. So as far as we've heard feedback from staff, everything is copacetic, and the minute that it's not, I'll certainly let the board know, and we'll react accordingly.
So John, once we do the river work, place the structure in the river, the rocks or whatever, in essence, that could then start to be used by the public, even though we haven't, town of Basalt hasn't addressed access or parking, but it will be accessible.
It could be used by the public in the same way that stretch of the river is now used by the public, by anybody who kayaks or duckies or rafts down the river, simply having to put in further upstream at the Fisherman's Park, or what's known as the Fisherman's Park, and floating down that reach of the river and then having to keep going in order to get out some point further down.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is that may precipitate, probably not this year, obviously, but next summer, an increase in use, and hopefully before that happens, vis-a-vis the meetings with P&Z and town council, that they understand why we're doing this and the purpose, and they'll have plenty of time then over the winter months to hopefully start a public process in terms of how they want to see this managed and utilized.
And those stream side improvements can be talked about forever. The only thing that's driving the work now is the fact that we have a 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers that is set to expire January 11th, I believe, of 2016. If we're in doing work and something happens, as things often do with construction projects, and we need to have that period extended, we could do that. But having a 404 such as that extended without having any work planned or lined up, it probably would not be the direction we'd go. We probably would be in a position of seeing the existing 404 expire and then having to just come back in and apply for a new one. But, as always, the project is right now and remains and will remain a county project, so if at any point in time this board doesn't feel comfortable with the process that the town is electing to employ, or you want to do something different, you can do so at any time.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think that's a really good one to have brought up, George, and, you know, I would kind of look at it that, A, I don't want to see that permit expire and go through the expense of trying to reacquire one, and B, you know, you always hear the term a soft opening versus the grand opening or whatever. I think that this would be a little bit parallel to that, and it might even give us some concepts of the amount of usage or what sort of design elements should go into the riverbank improvements and things like that. I also believe that you've kind of highlighted, you know, how do we make sure the public's aware and BOCC's aware, and do they have the resources perhaps to begin a new planning process for just the road and the parking and what kind of bankside amenities we'd all like to see. So, you know, I could see ourselves helping and discussing it with ComDev to come up with potential, some site plans or things like that, and do some preliminary work to kind of show them here are some alternatives and this is what we're seeing. And, you know, I can see us taking a little more, not a passive role, but a collaborative role with how those occur, and, you know, start on that this winter, this January, February, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I see this is really a basalt, a basalt project. I mean, we're dealing with the river, but any amenities that go around the river is really within the realm of basalt.
Well, I think that's going to be the discussion you guys need to be prepared for. I don't know that Basalt has established, you know, that planning or those types of amenities as a priority for their budget, for their staff and such right now. John, I don't know if you've gotten any indication of that, but so I think if, you know, that's the discussion that you guys need to be thinking about. Is I would anticipate that the Basalt Town Council is going to say, well, you're putting a project in the river that's driving some, potentially some needs on the outside. How are we collaborating? That is the discussion, as John said, I think we could talk about for a long time. And it would take us a while to figure out, but you need to be prepared for how you want to respond to that. You know, one would be to say, well, our job is in the river and this is an amenity, or, you know, do you want to take a different position as far as, you know, our involvement going forward?
Yeah, I mean, clearly in the past, when we were even conceiving of this, there were times when both Open Space and Trails may have been a little bit of a partner or a potential. I mean, that's part of why their more recent ballot renewal of their mill levy included the ability to buy water rights, and they were starting to be interested in the river health and waters, and I think we own the land now surrounding it, or at least on one side. So even though it's driving their things, we still are property owner there too, more than just the river. The other thing is that we had certainly conceived this as being a project to be submitted to GOCO for GOCO funding, and so, you know, as I'm saying, at least myself, I can see collaboration using some of our resources and things like this to prepare a good application for GOCO and to start finding those partners. But no, it's not to heap something new on Basalt's place, and they know it's been in the works for quite a while, but it's how do we accomplish what we need to do and then phase through in an appropriate way with the rest of the amenities.
Yeah, I think that's, and I talked about this earlier, that I think we need to have a joint meeting with the Town of Basalt Council to have that discussion. How do we want to collaborate? We haven't had that yet, so we're starting work in the river, and staff may be up to speed on it, but I'm always a little concerned that perhaps Town Council isn't, and so we'll have an opportunity to update them at least when it goes before Town Council in September.
Right. And just so you guys are aware, the more recent discussions with the Healthy Rivers and Stream Advisory Board is more of a collaborative approach for future development there. A recognition, at least by the county board, that the town should take the lion's share of the work, any work, in fact, if not all of the work that's needed for any sort of transportation-related improvements they might want to do to Two Rivers Road, simply because that's been on their work plan for a while now. And but that we would collaborate in whatever streamside improvements might be necessary. And also, the board is discussing the potential of linking it to another site downstream, such that the park aspect in the river reaches from the Fisherman's Park put-in all the way down to the site of the old taqueria where the Roaring Fork Conservancy will be located at Old Pond Park, so that there is a reach of the river that is readily accessible to the public, that it's enjoyed with increased or improved fishing habitat, as well as probably two different wade structures.
I think it's great. Good collaboration.
So we'll see where it goes. There's plenty to talk about, and if at any point someone's not comfortable with it, we can always reevaluate whether to go forward or not. But it's just been doing an incremental approach from the beginning. First the design or a feasibility study, and then the federal permits, and the coordination with the Parks and Wildlife, the acquisition of the water right, and so the next increment.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is since we started that process, of course, you've got changes not only in town manager,
three
engineers,
changes.
town council.
Yeah.
So there's a
Keep everybody on the same time frame, or But I'm just saying, I think that they're in a position we're going to need to be a very helpful partner.
I agree.
Not as much of a demanding partner.
One other consideration to remember is the fact that Two Rivers Road was undercut there one year during
1995. It lost an
that should
entire
be
lane of traffic.
engineered in, so our structure will maybe help prevent that.
Our structures will be, excuse me, at that very location. When the river was not flooding, but when it was undercutting the road surface there in 1995, it was repaired by the county, and rock was essentially just dropped off the edge, and a new bank was built that way. It wasn't particularly engineered, say, or constructed precisely as you might otherwise anticipate, just because of the exigency of it. I mean, the river was roaring at that year, and the road was gone. But these structures will work in conjunction with that embankment. We were originally thinking that we would be improving that embankment, but the embankment turns out to be stronger than we thought. So what this will do is we'll work to enhance that embankment and continue to maintain the stability of the road, or enhance the stability of the road, I should say.
That's good. Rachel?
I have one open discussion item. It also involves John, so just stay right there. I was at the 1177 meeting yesterday, as well as Steve in Glenwood Springs, and I think we all know that the deadline for comments is September 17th for the water plan. I had brought up 3 items that I'd like to see the 1177 include in their comments, and so that would be an even sooner deadline, and you'd need to coordinate with Jim Pocrant. And he was cautious to say, well, we're not going to turn in a 50-page document of comments, so it'd be hard to say who's get in, who's don't, but give us those in writing. So I'm giving them to you, and we can talk about further now, but just for the boards. The one thing out of this whole Grizzly Reservoir episode has struck me that we do not have within the state water plan a section, not necessarily a chapter, but at least a section about operation maintenance protocols of existing facilities. Communication, collaboration, whatever we need to kind of put that forward. I think that would be really important. I talked to a number of people, including James Uckland, at Water Congress last week about how disappointed we were by this process, and that, you know, should the protocol be that you have to desilt it every 2 years, or do you get to let it build up for 20 years worth of slug in one root? Who gets called first, and how far in advance? And this is just one example, but across the state, I'm sure, you know, the communications, collaboration, coordination with basins of origin in any of these should be included in the water plan. The second thing that I think we're putting forward, and I hope it goes further, I talked to Michelle, the chair of the Gunnison Roundtable as well, and she thought this was a good idea, and some others, and that is to suggest that all IPPs that involve increased take of water from an existing diversion or reoperation of any sort also be subject to the 7 points of conceptual framework for whether they're hitting all the appropriate environmental standards, and, you know, literally stating it is how IPPs are implemented that there should be judgment about whether TMD should go forward. You know, it's that standard that needs to be set at that point in time. And then the last was a question I asked at the panel discussion on the water plan. They're talking very much about whether there alternate transfer methods of farm water, irrigation water for ranches can be marketed to municipalities for their use without true buy and dry, and on, you know that story. But I asked the question, well, do you see any place or time where these ATM methods could be used for more fully supplementing minimum stream flows, or made permanent to minimum stream flows? And, you know, instead they just said, well, I think that might be covered under section 1.4 over here and 302, but it wasn't very explicit. And so I think that to the extent we are looking for additional tools for protection of minimum stream flows or augmentation of minimum stream flows, we should try to include that in our comments, and both to the 1177 first, so hopefully they include those, and then separately as Picken County and Aspen's comments to the process. So.
Well, you should continue to lean on those folks, and then we should just produce our own comments. We should, I think. I mean, there's no reason not to make all of those points. We've talked about the IPPs before, but obviously not. We haven't talked about operational structures or protocols for retention facilities or reservoirs or anything like that. And quite frankly, for the most part, to my knowledge, in the state, they're simply operated as a contract delivery mechanism. Someone wants to call their contract for release of water, it's done without much consideration of what's downstream. And you hear even here in our own valley with Rudai, well, you know, if all of that contract water is called, it's going to go. Yeah. That makes no sense. Yeah. It's impossible. You couldn't possibly do it. Okay. So, so that for sure should be addressed within any kind of plan for management. And your other point, there's no reason not to bring it up. I mean, it's as valid as a consideration as that's been talked about. I mean.
So maybe talk to Jim and ask him when he needs the comments for review to potentially be included with the 1177. And again, at the very least, we send ours in as well. It'd be great to have more groups submitting the same type of comments, and we can also get them to QQ because they'll be submitting final comments.
Is there is the roundtable working off of a different deadline than the 17th? I thought they were all on the same, to tell you the truth.
It's the same, but the next 1177 meeting is actually going to be on September 14th.
Oh, so coordination with the meeting schedule, right? Sure.
Yeah, yeah, and so that he has them in hand before that meeting schedule to then decide what's going in the final document on the 17th.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Great.
And I'll drop any others I had till tomorrow if we have extra time.
Great.
Thanks, John. Okay, any other open discussion items? Okay. Moving on to our last item is the senior services.
Can I take a short break, or you can go, but I'm going to take a short break.
Yeah, we ran behind schedule before, and we're supposed to start this at 3:30, so maybe 3:40. Just take 5 minutes.
Okay, do you want to wait 5 minutes, and we'll do a 5-minute break? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome back. Our final discussion today is a senior services staff report. Marty?
I'm Marty Ames, Senior Services Director, and today I've brought with me Mary Kenyon from Impact. Well, Mary Kenyon also has Impact Marketing, but for us, Mary Kenyon is our Aging Well Plan Coordinator, and has been all year.
Since March.
And we'll be giving you an update on the Aging Well plans, which I think you'll find very interesting. First of all, how much time is allocated for this? It just said 3:30. I didn't see it.
Our agenda says through 4:15.
Okay.
But as much time as you need.
Well, I just wanted to know where to.
So
to be
approximately,
brief.
you think half an hour?
I'm
That'll get
sure
us up
that'll
to
be
4:15.
great. I'll give you the lion's share. I tried to include in this update, since it's informal and not decision-making or asking for anything, things that I thought might be of interest to you in the community. A few of them you've seen before, but for example, in the BOSS meeting, we didn't really have time to discuss any of them if you had any questions. So I wanted you to know that the scheduled furnishings update went off without a hitch, and if you do stop out at the senior center, if you haven't been there in the last couple of months, you'll see it's had quite a facelift. Some other improvements that are happening are some equipment upgrades and that have been needed for a while, and repainting the kitchen and some of those things. So just getting its 10-year update that always seems to happen in about 12 years, every 12 years. Second, we have really benefited from some of the new county IT, information technology department changes this year since we went on our own. Some of their just regular services that are now available let us stop 2 paid services. My Emma, I realize you probably don't know what that is. That's it's a mailing service. We've had increasing numbers of seniors getting on the email list for the monthly newsletter, and we've been promoting that, and we were unable to do that internally when we started it a few years ago, and IT has now made it possible for us to do that internally, so we don't have to pay for that service. And then in addition, we were paying for our own Comcast service, which is now being done through IT, so we're very happy about that. Saved a few monthly bills. And then kind of aligned with that, our staff members, 2 of our staff members in particular are actively engaged with the Business Information and Tech Services, the BITS department, to make some improvements to our technology. I think one of the downsides of having somebody like me around for so long is kind of do these things the old way and never kind of upgrade them. But anyway, the staff has learned from me ways that we've done them, but just volunteer records and management, improving the website. And it isn't just a pretty face thing that we're trying to do. We really want to make information easily accessible and meaningful to the older adults in Pitkin County. And as you know, that was an overarching goal that came out of every one of the 14 goals in the Aging Well strategic plan process, was that need to have that information available and easy, and not searching for it so hard. So that's what we're working on, one of the things we're working on. And then I think for the Aging Well activities, Mary, if you would like to just talk about what you have been doing.
Okay. So I've been in the saddle since March, so this month is my 6th month, and we have really accomplished quite a bit in that short duration. I'm pretty proud of all the things we've been able to do. It's kind of the nature of the season. A lot of people are out. It's the summer, a lot of things going on. So of the 14 goals, we've conducted meetings with the responsible parties in 11 of them. So we have touched base with a lot of them. The remaining really didn't have goals set for 2015, so it's not that we're ignoring them. They just weren't on the radar for 2015. We've made significant progress in goals 6 and 7, which is providing information and access to activities and services supporting wellness, and then providing recognition that older adults are an essential and valued part of the fabric of our community. So things that we have done in the spring, we did a wellness fair, and we had it at the hospital to get out from under that senior feel, you know, people that are afraid to come to the senior center because it's for seniors. We had it at the hospital. We had a lot of lessons learned. Our next one is Thursday at the Arc, which is more giving seniors an opportunity to touch and feel the different programs and equipment without the intimidation of a lot of other kids running around, and we deliberately did it when school was back in session, so it gave seniors an opportunity to move around and be educated about different ways to use the equipment. As you can see, there's a look and feel. We're trying to invite seniors in a wellness type colors and brightness. Each one of these icons, nutrition, physical fitness and recreation, spirituality, social interaction, and brain fitness, you'll see the color and that theme kind of go through the different things that we do, so that down the road, those will be associated with things and people will start to make the connection between the activity. So for this, there are only 3 of them will be represented. So those are the 3 that are on the poster. So as we move forward, we're going to try to be more inviting with our color and be more exciting with our graphics.
Did you say that's this Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, what time and what ages are invited while you're on the air?
55 plus. So we're grabbing seniors before they are actually considered seniors. And it's 9 a.m. till noon. There is a schedule posted on the ARC website for the actual activities, everything from ice skating to swimming to yoga classes, the pickleball. We don't really need to promote pickleball because the courts are always full, but pickleball, they'll have exhibitions out there and other outdoor activities as well. So it'll really be interactive. Go ahead.
May I throw something in?
Oh, you have the flyer.
I do have the flyer. Yeah. But aligned with this, and I wanted to say that this activity is kind of based on the Family Fun Day. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but for several years, Nan was involved in helping to get that started. A Family Fun Day at the Arc where people could come in and be introduced to the Aspen Recreation Center. But this particular activity on Thursday also came out of the Wellness Committee, the Aging Well Wellness Committee. And Tim Anderson, from the City Recreation Department, was the leader of this. He also developed a survey for older adults to find out what older adults really are looking for in terms of their fitness and recreation activities that can be associated with not only with the ARC, but also with the other members of the Wellness Committee, the nutritionist and the different people. So he has been a very active partner in this. And his concept of the starting it at 55 is, we've increasingly seen this sort of organic change in perspective that, it's not 60. That the 40s and 50s meld into the 60s and 70s in terms of activities. There are no clear delineations. And I think these kinds of activities will help to demonstrate that and promote that better attitude, I think, in the community, that better perspective on healthy aging being a process and not segregated into age groups.
And we've also followed the national trend. You'll see a lot of 55 plus publications, 55 plus neighborhoods, activities and events that are adopted by major urban environments that are 55 plus. And it's the know us before you need us attitude that Marty introduced me to. So it's really knowing about services that are available well before you'll need them. And also so you can advise, friends and family that might need them now. So we are following the national trend in that regard. We also developed a new, this is actually an oversized poster that we used at Saturday Market, and we had a really fun booth at the Saturday Market Saturday before, and we had over 500 people interact with the booth and get information. We had a wheel that they spun for prizes and giveaways, so it was very inviting. But
Swag helps.
Swag always helps. You know that, Patty. So, but what we're trying to do is use imagery of people being active. It's not, an old wrinkled person in a wheelchair type attitude. It's really young and vibrant and very indicative of the seniors in our community. So the poster kind of helps, again, bringing in more color, but also imageries. And these are real photos from seniors who have participated in senior programs. So we're not using stock photography. So that has worked really well as well. We have also met with the county health services and presented with them at the Pitkin County caucuses to discuss services that are available and to use us as a tool moving forward as they're making their master plans and plans in their regions. We met with Mind Springs Health on Goal 5 to move the geriatric assessment resources forward. That's a big issue for them as well as the police and in the different outlying areas, and also best practices. So they've promised to get back to us in the next couple months on how to move that discussion forward. They're not quite ready to do that yet. They've had some changes themselves. We met with Eagle County Senior Services and the Basalt Regional Library to discuss some Down Valley programming as it pertains to Pitkin County seniors that are Down Valley, as well as the expressed goals in Goal 9 for lifelong learning. So really to create some programming in the Mid-Valley for that lifelong learning so that we can attach to Pitkin County residents Down Valley as well as Up Valley, and they're very open to that. One of the things that we have, it's in Goal 11, is creating this hub of information. And we have determined in order to create that hub of information that we really need to work on the website. So the website has made it to the top of the list this month. We just met with Pitkin County representatives, IT department, and I'm going to hold this up and then I'm going to put it down really quick because this is just a draft and we've already changed it so much. Okay, it's down. But you'll see that we are trying to take it from the user, not what we want to promote, but how the user would come into the website, what information they would be looking. Are they a care provider, a family member looking for resources? Is it somebody looking for regular meals, and are the meals at the Pitkin County Senior Center, or are they at the El Jabal Senior Center? So if you picked a Tuesday, you'd have lunch in El Jabal. So really being a hub of information and creating those portals into that information, how they would search it. And so we are working with IT. They've been enormously helpful, and we look, probably in the next 2 weeks, we'll have the real homepage and what it'll look like and what the real. So we're excited to report back to you on that when it's ready. And let me look. Put my glasses on. And then finally, we've talked with Pitkin County about doing a marketing plan, getting together with them and talk about a plan moving forward. So we want the website to be up and ready, so then we do the marketing plan and drive people to the website. So that's the 2 steps. So we're waiting to do the plan with Pat as soon as we get the website up and ready. Does that sound good? Did I cover that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's
So the website, well, I'm sure you're trying to make it as user-friendly and simple, so technologically challenged seniors like Marty and me can navigate our way around them?
Exactly, and then really just like a two-click process, you know, and using photos, if you don't see the words, which a lot of people are very pictorial, that you'll see the photo and know that that's where you're going for that information. So it's that balance between words and imagery and trying to get you there in 2, maybe 3 clicks, but really trying to focus on the 2 clicks so you don't get frustrated and jump off. And then there are analytics on each page, and we've talked to IT about this, so that once we observe the traffic and where they're falling off, maybe they are getting frustrated at a certain point, let's find out why they're jumping off there. Is it too complicated? Are the links not working? Things like that. So once we get it up and running, we'll look at the analytics closely so that we know where the frustration points are. And then, of course, where the huge amount of traffic, you know, the newsletter, the lunch menus, and activities and events calendars, we expect those to have a lot of traffic. And if they don't, why not? So those are the kinds of things that we'll be monitoring as we get that up and running.
Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. You know, this just sounds like great work, and, you know, from hearing the plan announced to starting to see implementation is always an exciting move forward, so that's all very good. It makes me think of a few other things that are just kind of, you know, back of the envelope, and certainly back of the list. But how do we connect with the second homeowner visitors who may be coming in? And some of them may be retiring here eventually. It'd be nice if they took an interest in the center before then. Is it through property managers? I don't know. Is it, I mean, how do we connect more to have them take some pride and ownership in the facility? And then it also makes me think a little about, because you're right about the leading people in and here before you need us, know us before you need us. Is there a demographic of children of turning seniors who we should be reaching out to? Are there people in their 40s who, okay, maybe if I can go with mom up there, or maybe if I can get dad involved in this extra recreation day, you know, almost like senior child day, like adult ski day, you know, and things like that. So just how do we keep promoting it and in sewn within the marketing plan you already have, and things like that. But it seems like perhaps the Chamber of Commerce might be interested, because we're seeing more and more visiting seniors and seniors having that luxury time to visit. And it's nice for them to know what's available. And I guess 2 last things. One is that when you do the website, maybe take a picture of some of that great food you serve up the cafeteria, because I like crab cake day. There are a lot of the salmon, but yeah, I mean, to make it appetizing, you really show a little of what you have great food up there. And then this is an issue that MZVC has raised with us a couple times, and that is, do we have information available to people to help them understand if their Medicare plan will cover the price of passes for athletic recreation? I'm not sure if it's a Silver Shoes program or if that's
Silver
just
Sneakers.
Silver Sneakers. Yeah. And you know, he's brought it to us a number of times to say, are we doing enough to connect the seniors who would have free access through their Medicare plans or reduced fees to that connection. So.
Just a brief response to that last one, because that's so easy. You know, we do Medicare counseling on a just about daily basis. And the ARC as well. You know, the Silver Sneakers program is an insurance program. It's sponsored by, I think, you know, about 3 of the different insurance companies through their supplemental or Medigap. You use both terminologies, which is your supplemental program when you get Medicare. So you have your A and your B, and then you have a supplemental that covers that 20%, you know, the copay. Those companies do that as a marketing tool, and they Aspen Recreation Center participates in Silver Sneakers, so those who have have selected one of those supplemental policies actually get free entry into the ARC. And it was slow getting started years ago. Tim would say, you know, he wasn't even sure if it was going to go or not. But I know some of our senior council members, you know, were very encouraging with the recreation department about, you know, keeping it going for a while. So the bottom line is, anytime a senior comes in for assistance with Medicare, Patty makes sure that they know that that's one of the benefits with one of these policies. But it also, you know, it's a little bit of a funny position to be in because
Yeah, you're not selling.
we're not
given
selling
policies.
insurance, but so we make people aware of that. We certainly make them aware of it in the newsletter that there are companies, and each of those companies has different levels of policy. So
That's right.
it's not all the most expensive policies. AARP happens to be one of them. Humana happens to be one of them, but there are others as well. So we walk a little bit of a fine line with it, but we certainly do try to make people aware of that. And I know the ARC does as well. They're delighted with the participation at this point.
Oh, that's great.
So yes, the answer is yes. We do try to make people aware of it. But you know, you can only, there's a re-enrollment period every year. So you can't just decide in April that you want to get the free pass at the ARC. You know, you have to wait until October or November in the re-enrollment period and change that supplemental coverage.
Thank you so much for
You're
explaining those details.
And Tim said that he had about 100 Silver Sneaker participants that are coming to the event or were talking about coming to the event on Thursday. So the hope is that they'll tell two friends and they'll tell, so that getting the word out and exposing them to other people and understanding the enrollment period and things like that,
Well, if they've already built up 100, that's a
Pretty
really
impressive.
decent cohort. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
So then do you also use that similar program as Snowmass for the Snowmass Rec Center, or is it just the ARC in Aspen?
I don't believe that the Snowmass Recreation Center is participating now, but you know, I'm not absolutely sure about that.
Yeah, I'm just in terms of the programs that you offer. So you've got a day at the ARC, but if you're in
I see.
Snowmass, you know, wouldn't you want to have a day at the Snowmass Rec Center as well?
Well, and there's nothing that would stop us from replicating that. So Tim came, as part of the Wellness Committee, offered this opportunity to do this at the ARC. But when we had our spring wellness, we invited the Snowmass Recreation Center to come with information, and I believe they did submit information. But I do think it's important, once we have something, especially if it's successful, that we replicate it and we take it to all. We not only take it to Snowmass, but we take it to the Woody Creek Community Center, and then we take it down valley into Basalt and El Jebel. So I think that, yes, absolutely. That is something that we will be talking to the Snowmass Recreation Center about doing. Because, yeah, fish where the fish are. They're at the recreation center, yeah.
Did you have a chance to talk about your meeting with the El Jebel Senior Services Program and the Basalt Library?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did
okay.
mention
Sorry,
that.
I went right by me.
Yeah.
Shall I
Any other
move on?
questions?
Just moving on, there were, I wanted to mention one other thing. Mary Barber, our program coordinator, was the featured guest on KJAX of Carolyn Heldman for a half-hour program at the end of July, July 27th. If you didn't get to hear that program, you know, you can still go back and listen to it in their archives, July 27th, representing senior services specifically. But of course, the way we're working with Aging Well is anytime you're representing senior services, you're also talking about community opportunities for older adults and partnerships and, you know, a little of this and a little of that. But Kent Bigelow, who is the chair on the senior services side of the golf tournament, the Mayor's Cup golf tournament. They're calling it the Mayor's Cup with a senior
Twist.
There's a flight. That's what they say in golf. A senior flight. this year, and he's been very enthusiastic working with the city golf, Steve Aitkins and others, you know, to really try to raise the enthusiasm level for that senior flight. So that was also on that radio program. So it was
and
really fun.
I happened to have the radio on right then, just by coincidence. Mary sounded like a professional radio commentator. She was awesome.
Wonderful.
Kent sounded like he was scared to death of the microphone or something, but it was a really, I mean, they did a really good job overall on that.
Very good.
I had a few things under trends and changes. We're really seeing the new faces. As I reported, the first half of this year brought in more than twice the number of first-time senior registrations. Only some of our programs, including the nutrition program, require a registration. We don't have a membership, a formal membership or anything. We want everyone to feel comfortable coming there and not necessarily filling out paperwork or whatever, unless they have lunch or care navigation or certain other services that require it because of the state and federal funding. But anyway, we have over twice the number of first-time senior registrations that compared to last year. And the ARC is reporting a similar phenomenon, new older adult faces, really on a daily, weekly basis. So it's very interesting that people are getting out and seeking fitness, wellness, interaction opportunities in the community. It's a very healthy sign. You all know we had the kitchen staff turnover, and I think we talked about this in the BOSS meeting, and you know, as I said, I just looked at that as an opportunity to do some, you know, serious cleaning and maintenance and, you know, thoroughly inventorying and, you know, really doing all those tasks that can get behind. And it has paid off with a nice, clean facility and an easy facility to work in. And our new kitchen manager chef, whom we inherited, I'll say. We didn't steal her, but from El Jabel, is doing a great job. And she is now, she did a very slow transition and didn't, you know, was very helpful with El Jabel in the transition while they hired as well. And just this week is her first week not doing both jobs. So she's able to dedicate some time to working with the finance office, you know, and learning the other pieces of her job. But as far as the cooking goes, she and our new assistant cook, Luciano, are just doing a great job. So we're very happy about that.
But how are their crab cakes?
Actually, I think they're coming up next week again. Customers are really giving us a lot of great feedback. And then we just really talked about the aging well considerably, so I don't think I need to go back to that. The transfer of the care navigation program, as you know, we've been experimenting for the last few years to find the best delivery of that early intervention service for at-risk adults, you know, before the adult protection level. And I think this transition to Kim Dubois' Department of Adult and Family Services as kind of a pre-adult protection. It's care navigation, and it's really helping older adults with a variety of just, you know, that's why it's called navigation. Help navigating services. You know, that overwhelm piece comes, and it doesn't have to get big, you know, if you can get help dealing with it then. And I think we're on the right track. I think we're there. And that will be fully transferred in 2016. And senior services will continue to serve on the RED team, which is the evaluation of the adult referrals. So kind of determining if it's adult protection or care navigation. We'll continue to serve on that.
And does Kim, or has Kim come up for senior lunches to get to know people and be introduced, or is that kind of part of the plan of the rollout of that transfer?
Well, the care navigator is Joe Ramsey, who works, is really the adult worker, the adult caseworker in Kim's department. And he has that role of coming in and developing relationships with seniors, at the senior lunches and other ways.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I just want to.
Thank you. The Mid-Valley collaboration, we have another meeting coming up in September. That'll be the third time we've met. We've really gained traction. It was kind of stop and go there for a few years. Somebody was ready, somebody else wasn't. Timing wasn't good, capacity issues. And I think we're really moving along. There's a survey that Christy Doyon, who is the new director of the Mid-Valley site in the senior services, has been doing with her population in all 3 of the counties. So that designated Mid-Valley, which is a little bit of Garfield, a little bit of Pitkin, and then that slice of Eagle in the middle. And she has been doing a more one-on-one survey than the broader health survey that was done the year before, to try to find out, really try to pin down needs. Transportation has certainly been identified. So we'll be meeting again in September to work further on that, to keep it moving forward, how we can collaborate to make these different services available. I know Mary went and Jordana went to the Frying Pan Caucus.
Yes.
And talked with them, and the Frying Pan Caucus has a senior section that largely came out of I think some of the things you presented and some recommendations on improving some of our services up the frying pan. And of course we're going to want to collaborate with Aljabel because it makes so much more sense. And on transportation, on delivery of some services there. So it's exciting to see this happening.
And one more thing that Christy is doing is she's doing a major outreach to the Latino community. So developing programming for healthy eating and trying to have it again at the library because they don't like to come to government buildings necessarily, and it was a little intimidating. So she's, I had about an hour and a half meeting with her on how to plug into that and how Pitkin County can support that and how we can participate in that. And one other point that I wanted to make, I keep looking at you, I'm thinking Patty Kravitz, and I keep going, Rachel, one of the thing that you had said, Rachel.
I'm complimented. If anybody thinks of me as Patty Kravitz, like,
oh, but Patty had reached out, she reported back from the Saturday market that there were quite a few second homeowners that had not heard about the programming up at the senior center. So I think that is a good place for us to be next summer, testing, and to let those second homeowners that are here for the summer and come back for the winter know that there is programming up there.
Yeah. So that and the real estate property management companies.
I think that's a great idea. I wrote that down. Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
And just to wrap it up, the forecasting really is about, unless we want to talk a little more about the Armory, just the continued effects of the baby boom population aging through the process. As I said, currently this year, the baby boom is already between 52 and 70. How did those boomers get to be 70, Aren't we them? And it just happens so fast. So having, continuing to develop these everything from the mental health assessments and the Medicare accessibility and these wellness programs so people can stay healthy is just more and more important. Pretty soon we're going to have a whole bunch of people in their 80s. And, we just need to move with that. And then this rural and mid-valley that I mentioned already, the broader access to the personal physicians and the mental health, and the access to affordable services that are not covered by Medicare. So these dental services and vision services and hearing services, keep continuing to build that foundation. Get the dental clinic, do some of these things. It's very exciting. And then there is that plan for relocation of the senior center. I tell you, that space needs survey came in right at the right time. I'm so glad that's finished and ready. And then, as John mentioned to me just yesterday, the possibility of a public vote on the Armory about using it, whether they want to continue it as City Hall or begin to consider using that as a community building. What could be more community than older adult programs, than senior programs? And I hope we can kind of be a part of that conversation in the community.
Even get that as a question on that, if they go for ballot, sort of options. Would you like to keep City Hall in the Armory or move it? And then if you move it, here's some options that could be used for the Armory. And one would be a seniors center, or something else could be.
So I think they already vetted the ballot question, but I guess it would be worth getting some input from you guys, because this is a discussion that could evolve quickly depending on how the ballot question goes. And should we be in those discussions to look at the senior center and opportunities, whether it be the Armory or whatever other opportunities come up here.
I'd like to look at those opportunities, because looking at those opportunities would really tell you a lot about the cost.
Right.
And the city, at least as I've read it, isn't offering anyone to help convert the building or put any money into the renovations necessary to support a kitchen facility and the movements. And of course, it's multi-levels. There's only a limited amount of space on the actual first floor, and everything else is elevator or whatever, and that might create access issue questions. I could imagine there'll be a lot of competition for those sort of uses. Everyone from the Aspen Community Dance Group that's going to lose their facility there to any number of others. And so the strongest proposal would end up, I think, being something that's joint use or multiple use by parties, and you could bring in as many folks to create a strong cohort as possible. But I think it's certainly worth looking at. I think it does have its challenges as a site, particularly parking. You're not going to see the city give up 20, 30 spaces of parking around the building to be able to accommodate that for free, and then it becomes more costly to use the center and things like that. But it's certainly worth a good, hard, long look.
Yeah, I would see the same groups who were trying to get into the powerhouse will probably be the same ones interested in doing that. And almost every one of them had a kind of a joint presentation, that they didn't need the whole space, and
We did too.
dovetailed with using it with one or more other groups. So, and I think that's, I don't know the square footage of the Armory building, but I think it's way more than the power plant building. So
Maybe one floor.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, Marty, this isn't something to have to answer now, but maybe we can talk about it at a future time, or I'm sure you're already contemplating it. I apologize, I've had a new computer and I don't have it set up quite right to just cut and paste when I see a great article to send to people like you. But I know the New York Times had a pretty detailed article about aging in place inadvertently resulting in shut-ins, and people who you would find later hadn't left the house in a year or more. And that, the choice, oh yeah, I want to stay at home, I don't want to go to a nursing home, really didn't quite end up being the choice they thought it would be, because of transportation issues and even just front stairways in the old house and things like that. And so I don't know if within the Aging Well report there is any sort of dive into what can be the difficulties of aging in place and what sort of mitigation measures we might need to start, or programs we might start looking at.
Absolutely, Rachel. And if you remember, a couple of years ago, the rural resort community adopted seniors in resort communities for 2 years as their topic. And one of the 2 or 3 goals that came out of that was an effort to change some of the codes, the housing codes that would allow both visitability standards but also livability standards in homes. So allow modifications, whether permanent or temporary, that would encourage those kinds of changes to be made. And Picken County adopted some of them, really separately from that, but some code changes. Joanna Schaffner, I think, headed that up. Some code changes that allow for wider doorways, that allow for covering entries. I'm not entirely sure of all the language. I read it a couple, when it came in, but I believe some of those things have to be changed back upon the sale. But in terms of visitability and livability, so making a bathroom accessible, making a doorway wide enough for a wheelchair, those kind of things have already been adopted within the Picken County Code. Of course, that's just one step.
Right.
But that's one of the one aspect of what you're talking about. But our services are really a big piece of that,
The transportation.
And this, again, the know it before you need us, know us before you need us, knowing that there's a place you can go for sociability, knowing that there's transportation, assisted transportation, different opportunities for connection. It's really important that we do this. So that people know those options, and unless they really are choosing to
stay housebound by themselves,
remain alone, and
some people do
artwork or whatever, that they have the options. They're not doing it because it's an exterior force. They have the opportunities. I agree with you completely, and I did see that article.
And to your point earlier, Rachel, that's where we engage the 40-year-olds in a volunteer network of people that can take people to the doctor's appointments and can help and recognize the need. And we just don't have that accumulation of people. We know the people are out there and they want to help, but they need to be vetted and then, and I talked to Christy in the Mid-Valley about that, because that transportation part is huge. There are people that cannot get to their doctor's appointments. There's just nobody to take them. So, and that's a real critical problem, but just even to the grocery store. They have a bus that's going from Carbondale all the way to City Market to bring 3 people to go grocery, and it just, the efficiencies of it really need to be looked at and brought together. But I think if we engage that younger population that has the means, has the time, and do want to help, they do want to volunteer and be more part of the community, and allow people to age in place, that I think that we can cure some of those smaller problems very quickly. Again, just creating that hub of information and a place to go, list yourself as a volunteer, be vetted, and go out and be part of the community.
Nice to see IT and all this coming together on the
it's
updated volunteer
so
list and
exciting.
everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you. It's a really good report on all the wonderful things happening at the senior center and associated activities with that.
Thanks for making the time for this kind of interaction. It's it's good to have the opportunity to make sure we have all of our stuff out here. And thanks for the extra time.
Yeah, not at all.
I looked up and I said, 4:30 already? Wow.
It goes fast when
Time flies when we're having fun.
You know that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, grassroots. Are we done?
Yeah, we are done tomorrow at noon here for our regular meeting. Thank you, grassroots.